Alright, let's get it started then. Always intimidating starting a new campaign, especially when you're playing as a horrifically weak nation like this. I actually asked chat to decide who we're going to be playing as, and they went with Moray, so fair enough, here we go. So this is a new campaign. Bagpipes in Bordeaux. We're going to start as the Earldom of Moray. My home, in fact. Well, kind of. They'd need to include Banffshire, I think, to capture my home here. Although there's Elgin. Hard to pinpoint exactly where in this border I'm from. But it's a horrible nation here. Really bad. Scotland is super overpowered in this game. They have so many men and a reasonable economy at their disposal. And England is just theirs for the trashing. And we have to start as our subject here. We kind of Highland, kind of Scot subject, although Scots is a primary culture. Given the campaign here, we're going to flip that over to Highland culture, insofar as that's a culture. It's just Scots, but even poorer. So the goal is to conquer France and make it Highland culture. It's probably going to be a bit tricky, because France is the strongest nation in the game by far right now. Well, maybe not by far. Between them and Bohemia, though, they are far above everybody else. Beating the snot out of Spain and, well, anyone else on the map that I can think of, so nice to know that we actually have an end boss to deal with. How we end up dealing with them, I'm not entirely sure. Is there anything else to say about this country? Probably not. Let's just jump in. Oh, but not before I do that. I'd just like to enable country change in case I need to debug the game at some point, although that's something to do in my own time. Alright, Moray, let's go. And no, we don't play an Iron Man anymore. I used to play an Iron Man, but you know, what does that achieve? I don't care about the achievements. Iron Man gets broken with UI mods anyway, and you better believe I'm using some UI mods to make the top clearer, remove that stupid portrait from the top left. I'm not playing Crusader Kings, and to make my map mode customizer nice and fat, and always erect so it doesn't pop up and down like a Pop-Tart. Turning the old alliance into the new subjugation, yes, one can hope. Right, how do we even start with this nation? So, my fellow countryman, Dork Young, yeah, he heard that I was going to be playing Moray, and he said, "Oh, that is going to be the most boring campaign, man. You've got nothing to do, you're just going to be waiting around to be able to find an opportunity to fight Scotland. There's going to be nothing to do." Well, I must apologise for my fellow countrymen's lack of imagination and tenuous grasp on the English language, but I think we're going to find proactive things to do as Moray here. We are indeed under the thumb of Scotland, and there's some very, very unfair things about playing as a subject in this game. I was always wondering why my subjects weren't very keen on rising up against me when I was playing as the Golden Horde, so I had a poke at subjects in this game and found some very interesting things. For one, you'd think, ooh, Scotland's in a civil war. That's the ideal time to declare independence. Well, we can't start a war when we have levies raised. Okay, fair enough. You can if you're an army-based nation, by the way, like the Golden Horde. Can't start a war in the first month. Okay, that was to stop some exploits in EU4, probably the same here. We cannot declare war upon a country which we are currently fighting on the same side in another war. Excuse me? So if you have disloyal subjects, just have them on your side in a war. Now, the problem with a disloyal subject is that they can separate peace, but that doesn't apply in a civil war, so I am actually just screwed here. You can also be integrated whilst at war, so if Scotland want to, they can just eradicate me, which doesn't feel very good for me. In fact, it feels very bad for me. What are we going to start with then? John Randolph, you are our current ruler, right? You're going to be in charge of the army, and I'm going to hope that this army does not get destroyed by the Ball people who are revolting against Scotland with the backing of the English here. It's the same in Victoria 3, and it's equally dumb. Your overlord being at war should be the ideal time to be a traitor. Yeah, it does not feel right. Feels very exploitable as an overlord, and it feels absolutely oppressive as a subject. There are a lot of things to set up for the nation. We will get those done. And given the high likelihood of going back to 1337 in this run, maybe I'll make a save so we don't have to go through it all. Or maybe not. Maybe we should just accept the fact that we have to eat some punishment for failure. So how's all this going to start? Well, we have a lot of things to sort, so let's just get them sorted. sorted, rather. Ships are not repairing, not my problem. I think I want to keep this ship, right? Yeah, it might cost money, but I do want to keep it. Over the cultural capacity limit, so we are actually Scots, despite the majority being Highland culture. Flipping is going to cost us 50 stability and 50 legitimacy. That's an intimidating cost, but one that we're just going to have to swallow at some point, because the goal of the campaign is to take our crummy Highland culture and culturally enrich all of Gaul with it. Might as well do the Isles while we're at it. That does not sound fun, but who plays this for fun, right? We start out with unprofitable buildings, and given that money is always hard for a Scot to come by, that's why he never wants to part with it, we better do something about that. Naval Supply Guild, the Distiller Guild, and I know for a fact there are going to be some other buildings that won't be profitable. For example, this monastery and cathedral. No matter how you slice it, they're going to cost money, because you're never going to make money buying up these goods from market. Or are you? Well, I don't actually have an exploit up my sleeve for that, but it sounds like something that could be exploitable. Especially since we discovered that if you make negative profit on trade, you actually make money out of it. It's an interesting thought. So yeah, sadly we're just going to be disabling a bunch of buildings that are not making money. You said there were some money-making buildings. Naval supplies and distiller guilds are not looking so good. It looks to me like the wharf isn't looking very good either. Wharf, you're off. Naval supply building, potential profit negative. Yeah, no thank you. Now, maybe this is stuff that'll sort itself out when the first month passes and the market corrects itself, but let me tell you, we don't have the time. There's a lot we want to get done quickly. Minting? Yeah, not happening. The lords don't deserve to pay tax. Commoners should be taxed. Clans should not be taxed. The commissioners and the commoners can have it auto-taxed. Prelates? Nah, forget about it. Cost of the court? Difficult. Lemon, difficult. I think we're going to need a lot of legitimacy if I want to do my culture switch early, so let's get that spent. Diplomatic spending must be turbo-maxed. Stability's no cheap. So notably we're already running a massive deficit. That's less than promising. Just going to automate trade. I do not want to think about what the profitable trades are. It's almost making me money again. Stavink is saying, hello, EU4 songs, haha, yeah, more than just EU4, EU3, EU Rome, Imperator, CK2. I got a bunch of songs here. Notably, only like 1 or 2 from EU5, because I love the game, but the soundtrack is really weak. They're like 2 good songs, and they're not songs you want to hear over and over again. Yeah, Pain of Salvation is cool, but it's just way too... well, I lack the musical vocabulary to explain what I don't like about it, but... it is a bit too much to be hearing over and over again. Diplomats are going to be key for us, right? We are pathetic, so we need to work on our diplomacy really hard. Beyond having that, we are going to need cultural tradition in order to actually make something out of being Scottish. But that's more of a long-ish term goal. What's going to be more important beyond that? I'm going to need that diplomatic capacity. Now I'm going to need... I'm going to want stability investment. And beyond that, I got nothing. Scottish diplomacy, drunken, ranting, engaged. Well, that's the problem, right? The Scots will be doing the Scottish diplomacy, and it'll be surprisingly good for them. Scotland start with a guarantee from France, right? Yeah, you know, that's a problem for me, because I need to revolt against Scotland, and that's going to draw in France. So how does one deal with the largest, strongest, most uncontested nation in the game? Okay, they're not the largest. Golden Horde is strictly larger. Yuan is much larger. And France could take both of them in a fight. Utterly broken nation. It's ridiculous. Anyway, we can complain plenty about France when we're at war with them. Cabinet. A cabinet is needed. Please tell me I have good cabinet members available. Not really. Okay, well, that stinks. But I mean, what did I expect? Right, the finest minds of Inverness? And they're young as well. Young and chieftains, so they're going to be in there for a while. Okay, Sir Martin, I guess you're in charge. And then we're going to have... Whoa. Need another member here. At least it's cheap, right? Our economy is crap, so appointing these members is cheap. I think we're going to have Sir Nicholas of Elgin. Sure. Sure, why not? To make matters slightly worse, well, considerably worse, I'm going to have to promote one of them to the head of the cabinet. And that's going to be you, Sir Martin. You are the slightly more silver-tongued individual. Golden-tongued, even. Alright, good enough. We lose legitimacy. Tell me something I don't know. Your job is to give me some diplomatic endeavors. And your job is to... what is it? I want you to increase control in Moray, please. Naments in Moray. Beating France is easy, Jake. Just beat Scotland. Wait for their war exhaustion to cap from occupations. France will stand on the continent, confused by the concept of boats. I've seen France invade England. I don't think they'll be that confused. Apparently, you can send your courtiers off to the Teutons. After a couple of years, they come back with a load more skill points. And a 10% bonus. Yeah, they could. Could die. Anyway, we don't have a few years. Right. What else are we going to do? What else does this thing want me to do? Diplomatic stuff. We'll do that shortly. Laws are not codified, okay. The only thing I can do is language of pleading in our courts. And it's probably going to be court language just based on the fact that that gives more cultural influence, and we're going to need that to spread our disastrously weak Highland culture. Serfdom versus free subjects, you know, I go back and forth on that, frankly, but at least this keeps the nobles happy. I think I slightly prefer... Well, actually, it's hard to say. I do like the promotion speed from free subjects. But, you know, people promote eventually, so it's not a huge deal. It's also affected by control anyway, so blah to that. And you can always get slaves to fill in your RGO needs. Is that actually true? Funnily enough, I haven't played as a Catholic before. And I get a funny feeling they're going to have an issue with slavery. Probably just slavery of their own religion, right? Doesn't mention the use of slaves at all here now, does it? If you go over... Oh, Crivens. Where's one even meant to see Catholic? Suppose I can see it in a province. Catholicism. Anything about slaves here? Nothing at all about slaves. Interesting. And the serfs belong in a turf. Not sure I'll stay Catholic in this run, but that's a far later question, isn't it? Right, reforms. There's a lot to be done on this screen, isn't there? First off, clans. Clans get just about every reform available. Our country is going to tank really badly, so I might as well just get all the painful stuff done out of the way. So the clans are a lot like the tribes that we had as the Golden Horde. They're never really going to amount to much power, so I might as well just milk them for all the happiness that they can get, because happy clans will give... Well, it doesn't show here, but they'll give an RGO bonus, I believe. So even stuff that doesn't give a bonus, as long as it makes them happier, has got to be good. So yeah, I'll allow your crummy little gatherings. I will want my expanded farming costs down. I will not allow you in cabinet because that causes decentralization, and in this run, I think I will want centralization. Tolerance of heathens. Can't imagine needing that, but better to have it than not need it, etc. Tribes levy size could potentially be useful, especially early on. And we'll give you your tribal land rights. Everything else is relatively bad, so that'll do for now. What do the commoners deserve? Commoner militia increases levy size, and that is alone good enough for me to be happy. Combat efficiency is also going to be incredibly happy. Is that all levies or just peasant levies? Wrong place. Levy combat efficiency. It says all levies. So even noble levies improve from common militia. An interesting idea. These cost 5 legitimacy each to do, by the way, so we can't just smack these down forever. You're killing your legitimacy and other estates satisfaction. We have this, okay? I'm not particularly concerned about such trite issues, at least for now. Maybe later I will be. Right, what do I want to get out of the way now? I want my peasants to be able to migrate. That's going to be pretty important down the line, so sure. Although, maybe I should be considering about the immediate needs more than anything else. Anything else I want to do with my peasants? Not really from this one. How about the commissioners? Plutocracy is nice. I think we will go spam happy with these. Market attraction is really good, but I'm not sure if that's important right now. Trade capacity, capital economy, innovative capital economy, production efficiency capital economy. Man, there are a lot of nice things here. I mean, a heck of a lot of nice things. The burgers barely exist in my country, so there won't be a lot of them to tax anyway. Tax efficiency is nice in exchange for not being able to tax them as much, and innovative is great. Alright, we'll get the urban grants going. We will get the treasury rights for them as well. Innovative's so good, I might be able to get printing press ahead of everybody else. You know, dreaming about that future in which Moray isn't immediately dead. Legitimacy 25, yeah, it's going to continue to crush down. Production efficiency's got to be good. Capital economy could be good. The lords are extremely unhappy, and there's no way I have the money to bribe them, but I'm just going to have to live with unhappy lords. If they really revolt against me, then, well, too bad. I mean, what's that really going to change for our crappy little country? Can I do anything with the prelates? Belligerence might actually be quite good for me, because there's a lot of conquering to do, and it's going to make people unhappy. Oh, I need religious diplomats. That maximum diplomats is very important to me, even though it pushes conciliatory. I can still do 3 more. Trade capacity up will be good in time, because trade scales enormously. I like that building rights thing as well. Let's take our building rights, and hey, I can do 1 more. Just tossing out privileges left and right. Was there anything else for the common people? None of these particularly appeal to me. I wouldn't mind them in Parliament, but too bad for that. And how about religious matters? More spiritualism. You see, we want to be humanist, right? Yeah, because it's going to be very important to do assimilation rather than conversion, so I want to avoid spiritualism wherever possible. Tolerance to true faith, that's a minute one, although the centralization is rather nice. Pop assimilation sounds good, but cultural capacity could be useful down the line. This is more of a later thing to get, I'm sure. Communalism is very good. I'll take a religious administration. It's not much, but it's some stability investment as well. Since you didn't get to explore much of the exploration mechanics in Golden Horde, will you be exploring them more with Moray? We'll see if the opportunity arises. We'll see what we can do in that regard. Just noticed chat is slightly taller than I want it to be. Okay, I need to choose some crown reforms as well. Diplomacy is key for our survival, so I'm going to take diplomatic traditions. Again, that's conciliatory, which I don't particularly want, but maybe we can just live with it. And I am going to want feudal nobility. Keep the nobles happy. Keep my subjects, which I'm bound to have plenty of, happier. Traditional economy. But I want capital economy. Well, we can always change this out later. For now, it's more about immediate survival. Alright, there we go. We've tanked all of our legitimacy, handing out privileges left and right. Surely this will have no far-reaching consequences for our nation. Possible rivals, but I won't be doing that. Welcome! The region of Britain is divided yet. Tell me about it. You get out of here. Nice not having this completely full of garbage, by the way. What about my levies? I think my new levy size is going to be larger with all the new levy things that I put in, but we can't raise more unless these levies are gotten rid of. At least I think that's the case. I will not claim to be entirely sure about that, but what I will claim is that you're going to go away, and then I'm going to check. Yeah, look at that, I can raise more levies now. 3,500, okay, that's considerably better. And when your levies are raised, that actually increases your liberty desire. I noticed that in my subjects when I was playing Golden Horde. Okay, we have 5 diplomats, and we gain half a diplomat a month. These diplomats are going to be my lifeblood, because I'm going to need support against Scotland. Who are we going to search for support against Scotland? Well, we need to consider that it's not actually support against Scotland. Scotland, as overpowered as they are, wouldn't be that tough to take on. It's the fact that they're guaranteed by France. And yes, that guarantee does extend towards rebelling subjects. Ingerland, I'm going to need your help, and I'm going to need it big time. Knowing that France is involved, I'm going to need to contain France, and what better way to contain France than with Iberia? Improve opinion with Castile, improve opinion with the Crown of Aragon, and improve opinion with Bohemia. Why Bohemia? Well, they are just so disgustingly strong, and they have a lot of subjects. Yeah, there you go. And I gotta say, the early game subject swarm is really rather good. I am, believe it or not, considering Poland. Poland also have a bunch of subjects, but Poland's nowhere near as strong as some of these other things, and Poland's got their hands full with the Teutonic Order, don't they? Well, they have a truce right now, but I'm pretty sure Teutonic Order and Poland put up their dukes before too long. So I'm gonna go with these 4. It would be nice to get Portugal in as well. It's not like Portugal have nothing that they can throw at this. But I am quite limited on diplomats. Should I try for Poland as well? I gotta say Provence is tempting too. Just anybody I can get to handle the situation. French conquer Iberia for the increased challenge, obviously. Yes, obviously. Okay, anything else to worry about? No, not really, but I will save my game already. Let's call this the Moray stream. Well, actually, if we go back to the start, I might just, we'll start a new game. Go on. No different from save scumming, right? Is there anything else I want to do? I still have that 1 diplomat, and it bothers me slightly. Because I certainly could go for Provence and Portugal. There's a big deal here, right? And the deal is England and France. If England and France are at war, I have to wait. Because England will not be drawn into my independence war if they're currently at war with France, because I will be fighting France. England can't be at war with France in 2 wars. So fortunately, the 100-year war comes in phases. I'll have to wait for a phase to end, and then do more, which is good and bad. More time means more time to grab allies in my independence war. On the other hand... Is there another hand? On the other hand, the sooner I trigger it, the better. Scotland will be right out of their civil war with the balls. I will keep my diplomat for now. We'll see how things go. But I should also raise all of my levies, because I can't raise my levies when I'm not at war. And I need those levies raised to keep my loyalty low. Because look at that, I'm almost 80% loyal right now. That is unacceptable. We have ways of dealing with that, but not currently. I want that maximum control up so I can have more levies, but the levies push up the control. It's back and forth, isn't it? Yeah, look at that, maximum... Oh, hold on, maximum control monthly change. Maybe I could dismiss my levies and then bring them back later when I have more maximum control. Yeah, this is giving me ideas. Alright, maybe we can make something... Maybe we can make something out of this. Also, hold on. People are deciding now is the ideal time to send me DMs. It is absolutely not. Just go offline. That must be a good look, right? You message a guy and then just immediately, oh, DDR Jake is offline. What did I do? What did I say? Go offline, stream ends. Yeah, that's the dream right there. So there are a few downsides to everything I just did to my nation. For one, the coup attempt, disaster. Well, that does sound like a disaster. What would be less disastrous, I imagine, is having some money. I have an idea about that. Hey, Scotland, you want to give me some money? Lochaber is not exactly vital to the Highland cause here. It's got 2,000 people living there and no buildings. So, I need money or else I'm not going to live for very long. So Scotland, I'm going to need you to take this off my hands. There are other options, of course, but I only really have control over this one province. So Lochaber, you're getting out of here. That'll also slightly weaken Scotland. I mean, they get the province, sure, but it's full of Highland Scots. And there we go. That'll allow us to hold our breath, so to speak, for a little longer. Not entirely sure it's worth investing in stability right now at all, actually. I mean, what's that stability going to do for me? I'd rather save the money. Alright, good enough. Just added your nice wide map mode UI mod. So much better not having the thing popping up and down constantly. Yeah, you're very welcome. I have noticed there's actually a little button that I forgot to move out of the way here. And it's the button that allows you to toggle some map markers. Now, I never bother with that because I just keep them all enabled. But I guess if you want that, then... Well, I guess I could push a fix. I just don't like it because pushing things on Steam Workshop never feels very good. I'm mostly irked because I couldn't get the thumbnail thing uploaded correctly. At least not the way I wanted. Right, so I'm hoping that I get full control here to bring out even more levies. We can always check what our max levies are there, and we'll check it at the turn of the month. And you need 50 relations with somebody to call them into an organization against your overlord. Of course, we can't start that when our loyalty is more than 50%, so we are riddled with problems here. As much as I'd like Scotland to struggle, I actually want them to round this war off as soon as possible, because it severely limits me diplomatically. But it looks like their army is busy getting their teeth kicked in. How, I have no idea, but they are. Don't want you to attach to me, don't get any funny ideas there. And I'm keeping my army here in this hilly province. It is hilly, right? Yeah, hills and woods, so not great to attack into. That said, I'd rather just not fight at all, because it'll weaken my army of levies, and make me... Oh, well, that's very nice! So remember what I was saying earlier? You know, you can be annexed at war and you have no chance. You are just hard blocked from actually declaring any kind of independence. Right? Can't declare war, can't start organization against them, you're just screwbarred. So, thanks, Scotland. Man, screw Scots and Scotland. Actual scum. Other turn of the month control should be higher, and then we'll see if that affects our levies. Hopefully 100 Years' War will be over quick. It's very interesting to me if and when England go to war with Scotland. Very interesting. I need their support. And if they're fighting with France, did I say Scotland? Or if they end up fighting, then that's disastrous for me. Alright, so new month. My levies appear to just be the same, right? Okay, well, I'm not worried about... bringing them down. So if I don't have my levies raised, and this war ends, I can't re-raise them during peacetime, and then I'm screwed. There are a lot of I'm screwed situations here. It's kind of funny in a way. Right, in order to not get annexed, I am forced to do this. So disloyalty. Now, if I were a better member of the cabinet, I'd be able to do this with greater efficiency, but sadly this is all I've got, so we have to try desperately to keep our subject loyalty below 50%, because it blocks a lot of actions. Did sell location reduce the time Scotland will take to annex? Yes, but I needed the money. I just barely make any money at all, and that money is needed for a bunch of things. So as soon as this war is over, and hopefully it ends before too long, I'm going to need to start an international organization to resist Scotland. Scotland appear to be doing terribly. Like, absolutely terribly. I wonder what happens if Scotland loses the Civil War. Because currently they're losing the Civil War. They don't have Edinburgh. They don't have Stirling. And Stirling is where their fort is, right? Their capital in Dunfermline. It's not looking too hot either. I think he's coming for me. Right, that is unacceptable. Get me out of here. I mean, I don't want Scotland to lose, but I don't want me to lose either. Actually, Scotland is going for a... He's coming to me in Elgin? But it looks like Scotland's going to meet them over here first. Now, I could back Scotland up, but I could also not. Alright, I'm actually grateful for that, because otherwise I would be trapped in Elgin. They retreat rather rapidly, though. Maybe I should head up to Thurso. Just get out of the way of all this fighting. So yeah, I want Scotland to win, but I don't want to aid them in any real way. And they're the ones trying to annex me. Whoa, now. Who said you could march on Elgin? I need that. This is going disastrously badly. What else is new? You really doomed Scotland with that land sale, Jake. I'm sure they'll be able to pick something up. They can get some loans if they really need to. Oh, they decided not to take Elgin. Okay, well, whatever. For once, Scotland's... Oh, God, he is coming for me, isn't he? And I'm going to back myself into a corner. How about I back myself into another corner? Trade one for another. Well, on the other hand, I'm keeping the ball people busy. Aha, they'll never see this cunning tactic coming. You want a piece of this? Nyahaha. That's what I thought. Is any of this a mountain province? Yeah, I hope I don't get stuck there for winter. On the other hand, if he gets stuck in a mountain in winter, that'd be greatly amusing, but... Nah, we're okay. We're probably okay. My army's getting tired of being marched around, but so's his. I'm not willing to help Scotland in this siege, but maybe I should stay close to his army. Couldn't help but notice that the Lords want to rise up against me. Civil war, but what's a bit of civil war between friends? Maybe my better place to be is... Ooh, there's a straight connection here. You know what? I will help Scotland a tiny bit, because I do actually want this war to end. And who knows, maybe I can loot this province or something. Are they coming down to Scumd? Ah, oh, wow. Wait, why did the war end? So I've not really played much of Scotland, but boom, war is just over. Okay. This could be advantageous for me. It also could be a disaster for me. England, are you at war with France? You're not at war with France. Okay, right. So step one, I need to start an international organization, which is a weird way of phrasing, isn't it? But it needs to be done. That loyalty must remain below 50%. It's of vital importance. It's a hostile action, of course. Start an independence movement targeting Scotland, yes. Now, I need to bring in some friends for this. But the friends must be happy to join. Here we are with that. Now, England will join. Well, that's quite good. And Ross and the Glens will join. Well, that's something, I guess. Is there a reason that I wouldn't just invite them now? It's a good question. If I invite them now, I can then stop improving relations with them. The main problem here are diplomats. I severely lack diplomats. It costs me 0.05 per improvement of relations that I'm doing. Why does France have a tick on it? Oh my gosh! If I'd focused France, I actually think I could bring France into this. That makes no sense. Because France guarantees Scotland. Wonder which side they would actually join. Well, we don't really have the flexibility to investigate that right now, but I want Bohemia, I want Castile, and I want Aragon. And depending on when this war fires, we may or may not be able to do any of that. But let's get back to the safety. There's also the possibility that Scotland starts a new war, and that's also going to be bad for me. On the plus side, Scotland will probably disband a bunch of its army, and then my loyalty will go down, because proportionally I'll have more army erect than theirs. Yeah, there goes their army. No, it didn't go. It was just me over theirs. I think you have the same song on loop, Jake. Whoa, you're right. I accidentally clicked on just playing that one song. How did such a thing happen? How long was that one song playing? Like 20 minutes. That's very funny. Well, thanks for pointing that out, Zingus. I don't know how long it would have taken me to notice, but I think a long time. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure at this point I can stop improving relations with England, but at the same time, those things do degrade. I think I'd want it up to at least 55. Slight problem is that Bohemia is a little slow on the uptake, but I need time for my diplomats anyway. So there's not much I can do here but suck my thumb for a wee bit. Good government policies. You know what? That legitimacy would not go amiss. I'm going to need legitimacy to switch my nation's culture. 50 of it. And again, there's also the coup there. Coup would be pretty bad, but we just accept this possibility, don't we? With less than 30 legitimacy. Actually, that means if my legitimacy goes up, we can get rid of the coup chance. Yeah, I'm sure we're fine. And it would be... yeah, the Laird's coup. Lairds have a surprising lack of power here, especially compared to the chieftains of the Golden Horde. But bribing's expensive, and I don't want to give them any estate privileges, so we just got to deal with this. Our policies are made by illiterates and a mad Scot, as it should be. What are you trying to say, huh? Spit it out. Alright, the reason I don't want to invite people into my independence movement just yet is because if the independence movement gets disbanded for any reason, like my liberty desire being too high, which may or may not do that, then it's going to be a waste of diplomats, and diplomats are incredibly important. Alright, I think I'm good enough with England for now. Yeah, also, I think if Scotland declares a war and drags me in, that's also going to disband my movement. Could have sworn I had more levies at some point, but I need those levies up to keep my barely functional subject loyalty. Oh, jeez, if he manages to get loyal subjects through any means, I am once again screwed. Okay, well, let's do what we can, for we must. So yeah, we need England not to fight France until I'm able to pull the trigger. And that trigger pulling seems like it's going to be tough. But yeah, the lack of diplomats is got me in a stranglehold. 1 a month, 10 months, 10, 4. That improved relation with Bohemia is aggravatingly slow. Gonna have 1 more month of this and then pull the one from Castile. There's a diplomatic action to become disloyal, and you better believe I'm actively doing it. If you mean the cabinet one. If there's another way of doing it, then I'm all ears, as long as it doesn't cost me diplomats. I can send an insult to Scotland, and that'll reduce my relations, thereby reducing my loyalty. But again, it costs a diplomat, and I am very, very shy on diplomats right now. Oh, don't start, Rainy. Alright, need to speed up a bit. We got that extra tick with Castile. And, well, we do have a coup. Not a cow, but a coup. Alright, return home. I need my diplomat. You know, coup or not, I don't really care. I still need to find my way to peace with, to deal with Scotland. So the nice thing about rallying the movement is you don't need to generate a casus belli. No need to waste time sending out spies and making the CB. You just do this. However, we won't be doing much of anything unless I get support. I want to make sure that support is still available. We can bring in Castile, Aragon, England, but we can't do Bohemia. Looks like you need good relations, over 50, and I think Bohemia is of vital importance. So how many diplomats is that going to be, anyway? Pulling in England, Castile, Aragon, Bohemia is 4, and the 5th one to pull the trigger on Scotland. So I need all 5 diplomats at once. Well, that could be a problem, couldn't it? And if England goes to war with Scotland, the reason I want to do it at once is that I don't want to drag everybody in, find out that England can't join because they're at war with France, and then we have other problems. So yes, I need to have 50 relations with all conspirators and 5 free diplomats. When does England and France tend to go to war? And why am I losing money? Well, we're just full of problems, aren't we? I can hold my breath for a wee while thanks to the land sale to Scotland, but not forever. Shy on money, shy on diplomats. Is there anything the Scots are willing to part with? No. Oh dear. I am probably going to need to hurl that insult at Scotland as well because my subject loyalty is too high. And that actually blocks me from inviting anybody else into this. That is a darned shame. There's still nation-based ideas. There are nation-based advances, and you better believe Moray gets none of them. Leave the independence thing. No, I'm going to have to send the insult in order to keep subject loyalty low enough. All right, that actually made a reasonable change, however, and it is a big however, that cost me another one of my incredibly precious diplomats. Prosperity of Inverness going down? Okay. The rats are... Actually, we've got smallpox in Inverness. How did smallpox even get here? Right. I have one more trick up my sleeve to agitate this disloyalty, but that's it. So I need my 5 diplomats, and I need Bohemia to be at 50 relations. Sir Martin of Badenoch dies. Our head of cabinet. Wait, or he could leave. I need him. I am going to need you to stay, my friend. He did not stay, and I need him for my diplomatic reputation. Thankfully, we have John de Beaumont, who is also relatively okay at diplomacy. But it costs me money to put him in, doesn't it? What a horrible individual. I can't believe he was conspiring against me. 66 and 66, jeez, that's as high as we can go, huh? Okay, fair enough. Welcome to the... Oh, that's another 5 legitimacy down the toilet to create head of cabinet. Need 60 legitimacy to stop this coup. Ah. Oh well. How dare they conspire for the throne. Locations are rapidly depopulating. It's a sad day for Moray. Well, I was not expecting it to be a particularly happy day for Moray. Right, England and France just keep not being at war and everything is okay. People that have experience with the 100 Years' War, when does the First War usually start? Asking for a friend. Well, I think we have our answer. Okay, so there won't be an independence movement immediately. But as soon as this first phase is over, we're going to have to work on pulling trigger. In a way, potentially a blessing. Gives me time to bring in a couple more conspirators. Portugal and Provence seem like good targets. Unless there's another country around here which is either strong enough to make a difference or has a lot of subjects. Any bright ideas on that one? Given that we bring in the HRE leader, surely the... Hold on, show me the whole HRE. Surely we'll have HRE access. I wonder if I could bring in the Pope. You know, the Pope at war with France and Scotland, it's a thought. Earliest wars are scripted wars versus Verona and 100 Years' War. Milano is strong. Hadn't considered Milan. Probably stronger than Provence. Probably. Alright, Milan. Welcome aboard. Hungary, maybe? Is Moravia a subject of you? Yeah, so Hungary would be able to join in, but Milan is closer and looks like they have access to more men. Alright, so we'll work on both of them then. Thankfully, we're all God-fearing Christians around here, so it's not like we have to work hard for relations. There is a slight problem, though. There is an advance that improves loyalty of subjects. I think that's coming in the Age of Renaissance, so I have to hope Scotland doesn't get that. Or else that's bad bloody news for me. On the plus side, though, we have slightly more diplomats now. Yeesh. I wonder if someone's already trying for a world conquest. No doubt. In fact, I'd be surprised if somebody hasn't done it already, but I'm not interested in world conquering in this game. I've done enough world conquering, and it's never been particularly enjoyable. Ah, the lords are happier. Maybe they'll stop trying to coup me. I wonder if the coup can actually succeed. Now we can go and start executing members or doing investigations. You know, let's try doing a little investigation, find out... oh my! We immediately discover that our mercenary Giles of Inverness... Whoa, he's pretty good. Maybe I could spare his life. I do need that legitimacy. He will cease his support. Pretty cool guy. How old are you? You're 28. On the other hand, I could do with legitimacy. Now, you know what? Spare his life. I'm a nice guy. What country is this? The Earldom of Moray. Yes, I wonder where the Highland Scots Kingdom, Earldom of Moray is. It's up in Scotland. Why are my... Oh god. So, slight problem. We keep dying to attrition over here. I wonder if the problem is that I'm hanging around up in the mountains here. Maybe if I went to the slightly less mountainous area of Elgin, we'd be less dying. Because as my units fall, my subject loyalty increases. Oh, wow. We rooted out the conspiracy just like that. Ugh, I am so close to being loyal to Scotland, and that is unacceptable. And I've already insulted them. The attrition is from the disease. Oh yeah, there is that, isn't there? Do we still have diseases going on here? Oh, no, the disease has been and gone. Right, so very important to know when England and France stop fighting. Because I can't imagine that I'll be able to deal with Scotland without England's help here. Nobody else is going to reach the mainland and help me out, and my units will just die. So that blows. I also have to hope that my relations with Castile et al. Don't simmer down too much, because in 3 years that relation's going to go down quite a lot. Hopefully 3 years is enough for France and England to sort out their petty differences. Got Bohemia on my side then, that's rather good, or at least I could. But yeah, the 100 Years' War thing triggering when it did was a problem. If they just waited a few more months, I could have called everybody in and started the war. As it stands, I imagine France is going to body England, and then life will be bad. Yeah, life being bad appears to be what's happening here. Maybe I should try for Provence while I'm here. You know, the more the merrier. But at the same time, I want to keep myself close to 5 diplomats so that I can pull the trigger as soon as the war between England and France are over. Call a truce, you fools. Gavin Lockhart. You must die. Oh, that subject loyalty does not look good. It looks very bad. Very, very bad. Why do you need 5 diplomats? Because it costs a diplomat for everybody you invite into your independence movement. And that felt like a very early 100 Years' War restarting, but... Okay, unsurprisingly, France is winning. For once, playing as a Scot, I want England to perform well, but at the same time, not too well. Will England even be able to join once they have a truce with France? Yes, yes they will. Well, I hope they will. Imagine if they don't. That loyalty is becoming a huge problem, and there's not much I can do about it. There's a little, but not much. Wonder what happens. England wins. You just get a PU and EU4. I do not know. Haven't seen such a thing. I need that lords to stop trying to kill me. At least they don't coup me right now. Alright, we're on our 5 diplomats here. The thing is, if Scotland starts a war, I'm pretty sure that's going to break my international organization. Pretty sure. But I am barely loyal right now. Perhaps I should just start inviting people whilst we have the diplomats. Naturally, that includes England, and Bohemia, and Castile. I'll do some of them now, because it's a waste of diplomats if they get kicked out. Do one more tick with Portugal. Thank you, Portugal. Oh, we've also got Milano. Almost got Milano and Provence. But yeah, England, if it's not overwhelming on one side or the other, I can't imagine this this war will end anytime soon, and it's vital that I get England. Almost can't invite anybody else into my my little coup here. So maybe I should invite them ahead of time. So just get Aragon. Get Milano. Oh, looks like the Pope's willing to join. Of course. I just became really pious, didn't I, with simony as a sin. Alright, I need God on my side, it seems. Couldn't hurt. Probably helps a little bit more than Portugal, even. Sadly, having all this support does not give me disloyalty. But we make do with what we have. Fortunately, being really poor makes all of these events and things not really cost much. I'm almost really loyal right now. Alright, one more with Milano. Well, actually, we already have Milano, don't we? We can pull that back. It's a real feast or famine situation with diplomats. So yeah, if I were to rally the movement right now, I'd bring in a lot of support, and that would probably be enough to body France. But unless I have England, I have no support to actually deal with Scotland proper. And I don't believe for a second that the AI is competent enough to navally invade Scotland. So I need the 100 Years' War to enter a temporary truce between England and France, or else there is actually just nothing I can do. So yes, England, please stop fighting France. Kunsel! Oh, can I have a Kunsel? Do I even want a Kunsel? We gain 5 diplomats, legitimately useful, but that's only if it passes. That is quite good, and a diplomatic reputation boost during it could also be considered handy. Sure. I can even bank those diplomats if I so desire, and would you look at that, we actually pass it by default. Law change would be handy, but this really is not the time for that. This is the time for guaranteeing my survival, if I can do such a thing. Provence and Portugal. I'll get Portugal for now. Going to be very, very unhappy if all this breaks apart, which would be the case if Scotland were to start a war. At least I think it would. Alba has a casus belli on more. Alba? Why are they Alba? Why is it not Scotland? Alba's the Highland culture name, is it not? Oh, they've got Highland King. Interesting. Not even I'm Highland culture, at least not right now. That is something I could change and likely will, but maybe not right now. Maybe not. Surely you want Ross with you, fellow vassal. Can't imagine that would change much of anything. They would just get steamrolled by Scotland as well. Oh, bollocks. So much for winning in the Kunsel. It's quite important that this passes, but we'll see if a new event passes. I don't want to pay for a monastery, that's for sure. Alright, Provence, I believe I got you on my side, but in case they get kicked out, I need to be able to bring them back in, so I want a little bit of leeway on the relations. Also, scream at me if it looks like the 100-Year War is over. With a good war score like that, maybe England are willing to peace out? Maybe. France are such a problem. Like, early game, how can you justify France having this many forts? They're just impregnable. Especially early game fort sieging is a nightmare. Bellicose support is free. Bellicose support is actually making me belligerent, so yeah, we could consider that as free. Alright, good enough. One more tick with you. Thank you. And we will invite Provence in. Durham. Interesting. But probably not as relevant as getting Provence in. I mean, France is the big show that's got to be dealt with. England can potentially deal with Scotland. Loyalty is surprisingly low. I wonder how that happened. It dipped down quite a bit there. Alright, come on, 100 Years' War. I need you to end. I need it to end so much so that I think I'm willing to get a pop-up and pause for when peace is declared. When a country accepts a peace offer with another country in our war. When a country rejects our peace. There we go. Accept that. Please pop up and pause. I will disable that later on, but for now I need to know about that. It's tempting to invite these, isn't it? But remember, it costs a diplomat. So... Brittany could join this. Isn't Brittany a subject of France? You know, Brittany would actually be quite useful in all of this, especially killing France, but did not consider that at the time. Holy smokes. Don't sleep on Brittany. Maybe it's because they're a disloyal subject of France? Well, they certainly aren't a loyal subject. I'm being annexed. Whoa, okay, so I can't invite people anymore. And I'm not sure I can agitate that any further. Because one thing I can do... not that. Not any of this. Get me out of here. You just do something pretty useless. Yeah, you frustrate the annexation for now. And then you do something else. You do the diplomatic endeavors. And then you do the sow disloyalty. Because you're the head of the cabinet, you will frustrate it better. Although it's not enough. If we are annexed, it's game over. Yeah, I know. I'm well aware. But it is still ongoing. I probably could have just saved the ducat there. Come on, England and France. Now is the time to end your petty squabbles, or else there'll be an end of Moray. Get loads of diplomats. However, diplomats won't save me here. Trying to think if there's anything else I can do to cheese off Scotland right now. But I think as a subject, my options are very, very limited. I could insult them again, but it doesn't stack. Last time I saw Jake lose in a grand strategy game was that Animist Nation in Southeast Asia. This is a delight. If the 100 Years' War just comes to an end, I can pull the trigger. Simple as that. But until the 100 Years' War has a truce in it, there's nothing I can do. So we're at the... we're under the whims of this happening. And I think I'll just bank my diplomats. Unless there's something else I could be doing. Actually, no. We should be putting them to use. I want better relations with Castile and Bohemia over time. Maybe I can even have them as more longer-lasting allies in the far-flung space future. Yeah, let's believe that. You can sabotage reputation with yourself with the spy network. You can't spy on yourself. Although that would be interesting. And I don't think I can sabotage Scotland's relationship with me. That said, though, this doesn't seem to be ticking up at all. For some reason, it's going agonizingly slowly. Poor Scotland. Okay, England, Scotland, England, France. This war is not going well. Just end it. Well, it's not going well for you, England. Alright, I think we're going to make our society change right now. I'm going to culturally enrich myself to... No, let's not do that until the war starts, in case it makes anybody change their mind about supporting me. Looks like Castile's at war with Granada. No, Portugal did an OCB on Granada. That shouldn't stop them joining my war, but it might distract them a little bit. I hate sitting on unused diplomats. But what else can I do? I can't invite anybody else in. It's just a question of if I want better relations with anybody. How often does Castile actually union with Aragon? I feel like I haven't seen it so far. Surely insulting Scotland is helpful, yes, which is why I've already done it. Yeah, oh right, the whole, you're looking at the water thing. Yeah, there we go. Insult is only -50. I mean, spy on Scotland, reduce your own opinion with them. Yeah, that's not possible, though. Stability, eh? Yeah, stability is nice. Although now it's pretty capped, like my diplomats. My poor levies just sitting around not knowing what to do. For the love of God, France and England. Time to admit that this war's not going anywhere. God, England spent a load of money on mercs. Yeah, I was hoping to pull the trigger before the 100 Years' War kicked in, but looks like it certainly wanted to kick in. Leaving me stuck. Our heir's a woman as well. I wonder if that's going to be a problem. Could you request something that they refuse for some minus opinion? I thought about that, but I couldn't think of anything I could demand. So, here's all the stuff I can do. Favors, opinion, and trust? Nope. Create a casus belli? Well, I don't have a spy network, and that wouldn't change anything. Well, maybe having a CB lowers opinion, but it's a bit of an investment for a whole lot of not much. Make it impossible for them to build buildings in our territory. Alba is not allowed to build buildings in Moray. I wonder if that would actually make them dislike me. I hate this bug that stops this thing from appearing. Does not appear to change anything here. That is a shame. Yeah, and my loyalty is going considerably above 50, which is also a shame. Okay, well, England, France, I just need you to cast aside your petty differences. You know, during this time, maybe I could even consider getting... Oh, right, no, I can't invite anybody into my war. Okay, it's also screwed if Scotland declares a war. Ah, I've got a slow heir. Well, life is bad. Come on, England, France. I know it's called the 100 Years' War, but take a breather. Plenty more years for you to do it. There's a bug where instead of France declaring show superiority, it declares take London. War drags on for even longer. Defender ticking. Take capital Middlesex. Oh. Yeah, looks like that's going to stall things out then, isn't it? How does France plan on taking the capital? This is quite bad. And again, without England, I have no hope of defeating Scotland. Scotland can summon rather a lot of units. I cannot. So yes, if England and France could just kindly reach a peace agreement, then I can drag you all into my horrifying war. That or it's back to 1337 for us. This feeling of powerlessness. 100-year war is still going in my game in the 1500s, pushing on 200 years now. Well, that's pretty cool, but there are meant to be pauses during it. Oh, speaking of pausing, Age of Renaissance. Think about admin focus. Diplo doesn't do as good things as I'd hoped, and admin focus gives literacy up, so I'm going to go with that. Unfortunately, it also unlocks something that improves subject loyalty, so I hope Scotland doesn't get that too fast, although I suspect they'll want to, given what I'm doing. What are my current advances anyway? Capacity, tradition, stability. I'm not sure any of that is as good as what we get in Renaissance right now. Revoke privilege cost is something I would rather like. Improve relation. Yeah, 10 loyalty of subjects. I don't want you to get that, Scotland. We'll probably want my army having better morale for the upcoming wars. Keep those bleeding, fussy nobles happier. And this is under the understanding that everything is going to go my way. Don't cancel something you're already researching. You do not get a rebate on the research. Alright, Scotland, and alright, France and England. And it's really time to bury the hatchet before old Moray out here gets buried. I think you're right about that take capital thing, though. Why in the world are they declaring war with take capital, though? I'm assuming it's scripted stuff. I haven't played as England or France, so I don't know how it plays out. But it's stalling things out something fierce. Also, my navy's taking attrition, probably because they don't have naval supplies available. Huh. God, that is bad. That is really, really bad. Come on, England. It's just the CV that you get as France, so I see. That's unfortunate. What's worse is that French vassals keep navally invading England and getting wiped. French vassals getting wiped will probably end up making them more loyal to France, which would actually be bad for me. I just need this bloody war to end. That defender ticking is causing some real hassle. And I suppose France's enthusiasm won't be dipping, and neither will England's. Yeah, I think we might be screwed based on this. Because, yeah, rally the movement will not do anything useful for me unless England are kind enough to join in. Yeah, Golden Horde not looking so hot. But Hordes have never been that hot in AI hands. Come on, England, France. Should you really be doing this still? Professional armies for France? Well, that's certainly not what I want to hear. Stronger France is worse for me. And, oh, we were able to pause the... Oh, right, somehow we went disloyal. Don't actually know how or why. Maybe Scotland had some kind of army problem. But that's interesting, because it means I could invite some more people if I wanted to. I could actually bring in Ross. Durham might actually help as well, because at least they're on the Isles. It won't be enough, though, right? Durham and Ross against Scotland, not going to happen. But did I ever end up improving relations with Brittany? I didn't, and perhaps I should. That could be helpful against France, who's to say? Unlike days of yore, you don't get an alliance with people that support your independence just for winning. But the good relations surely wouldn't go amiss. Espionage takes effort. Diplomatic capacity down. Well, I could do with that diplomatic capacity, so please don't bring it down. Good God, England, France, come on. Yeah, the war score going down is also not great. They've been at this for ages now. What is this, some kind of many years war? Yeah, at this rate I might even be able to invite Brittany in, but again, it's all worthless unless I can get England to join in. What's that? In around 2 years? Uh-oh. Okay, this needs to end now, England. And again, if Scotland launch their own war, I'm also screwed because I won't be able to fight against them. Come on, France and England. Stop having your little lovers spat. All these cool things are appearing, and I don't get to interact with them at all because I'm busy being under Scotland's thumb. That's a pretty big thumb. Okay, well, at least right now I... Oh, that's right. I can't invite anybody because I'm really loyal now. Yeah. Okay, right. Very close to being completely screwed here. Unless these two peace out. May the people rejoice. Gain stability. Well, stability is nice, but you know what else is nice? France and England no longer being at war. Ugh. Yeah, we are on a countdown to death right now. And these guys are on a countdown to doing nothing. Haven't seen a game over yet, so yeah, we'll see something new. I haven't seen a game over either. I wonder if we get the same loud Dies Irae music that you get in EU3. Is this an achievement run? No. I don't think I'll be doing much in the way of achievement runs. Not interested in iron. Oh, look at that. An end to the war, and I didn't get a pop-up. Why not? I did set that to pop up and pause. When a country accepts a peace offer from another country. Pop up and pause? Okay, well, it doesn't, so too bad for me. Okay, there might be hope around the corner. Rally the movement, bring in everybody. Everybody. For once, the AI's ability to just conjure up their levies out of thin air might actually work for me. Big moment. Such a big moment that I need to take a water break. I'll be back in just a moment to pull that trigger. Alright, there we go. Much better. And yes, I see some concern about the declare war button being greyed out. Worry not, that's just because levies are raised. Now, lowering my levies will destroy my my lack of loyalty, so it'll make me too loyal. Fortunately, though, we're doing all this while we're paused. I think turn of the month would cause that to be an issue, but goodbye, levies. I've had you raised for a long, long time. And now I can rally the movement. Provence, Portugal, Papal States, Milan, Ingerland, Castile, Bohemia, Aragon. What? If all this can't take down France, I don't know what to make of this situation. Maybe I should have got Brittany in, but Brittany's not an option with my high loyalty. All right, begin. The independence of Moray begins now. That's a lot of countries on the defending side. Right, so we have a lot of things to consider, like how do we immediately not die? A good question. Should have come up with something resembling a plan. Now, I could just sit back and watch the AI do their work, but I actually don't think the AI is going to have an easy time with France. France have so many forts. They've just won part of the 100 Years' War. They got even more land. And they have a bajillion vassals. And for some strange reason, the vassals are all loyal. Hopefully they become less loyal when they raise their levies, but I still don't like what I'm seeing here. Yeah, England's going to be painted blue at this rate. Oh, what? Don't worry, they're exiled. Wait a minute, that might actually really, really hurt France. If they're exiled here, and the English Navy stops them from going home, France won't be able to defend France, and they won't be able to fight here. Could be big win for me, but it also could be very, very bad for me. We'll see how it goes. First things first, let's get everybody that I can recruited here in Moray, including the boats. Because our first order of beeswax is to get the heck out of here. Get everybody on those freaking boats out of here. Hopefully before Scotland catches me. You let it catch you? They can go to Scotland. Can you get unexiled and allied land in this one? I thought it had to be your own or your subjects, but maybe. There we go. Yeah, the independence movement gets disbanded because it's no longer relevant. We're continuing to improve relations with people that I want as my friends. Is that even possible? Well, tentatively. Oh god, he's blind! Okay, that's quite funny. Right, what could be done by a cunning Scot? Nobody wants to be my ally. Nobody will give me a guarantee. I don't trust this. It often says 0, and it's not actually true, but... that's improve relation, you dum-dum. That's still improve relation. See, I could ask Aachen. I don't think Aachen are going to be my saving grace here. Right, I need to get my army out of the Highlands before they just get absolutely destroyed. And even though it's going to hurt me even further, the whole notion of this run is to be Highlander. So we're going to tank 50 stability and 50 legitimacy. Just to do this. Wait, can I even do that with low... Well, I've got 100 legitimacy. I can. Sweet! We embrace Highland. Scots are accepted. And now the Irish become a kindred culture. That could be quite useful for taking over Ireland, which may actually happen. Negative view on the English. So on the Norns. Fascinating stuff, isn't it? Okay, we need to get out of here. Probably down to England land. And hope that everything goes well, but it might not. It's 0 while you're at war. There's a minus 100 malice. I'm sure something could overcome that. I'm sure, he says. He's not necessarily sure. Right, there's no point sowing disloyalty anymore. It's not relevant. What is relevant, anyway? Probably investing in my country. So, legitimacy isn't a huge deal. Stability is also not a huge deal. I wonder if you can assimilate pops in occupied land. Probably not, right? Well, you know what? We're going to find out. Assimilate these pops, please, into Highlanders. And as for you... Wait, didn't I want military for something? I probably want diplomatic endeavors still to keep my reputation high with all the people that I'm going to need to desperately ally with when this is all over. So I want good relations with Castile, Portugal, Bohemia, probably Aragon. Just cast a wide net, get everyone I can. To hell with diplomatic capacity, we need them all. Because I'm going to be, well, rather desperate for friends when this war is all over. Because that's a fun thing, right? Even if this war goes great, what am I getting? I'm going to be an even weaker Scotland. England is still going to be my main concern. France is still going to be a behemoth. We've got a lot of work cut out for us, and that's assuming this goes well. It might not. Goodness, my sleep schedule is so out of whack. I can actually catch a Jake stream, says Kazaj. So I always assumed you were Polish for that kind of name. which would actually line up with a messed up sleep schedule if you're getting up at 11. Okay, get yourselves together, get your arses on that boat, embark, right? And then move that boat over. Now, I have no idea how this works, right? How are we all able to fit on a bunch of fishing boats? They don't really have transport capacity. Oh, the fishing boats do. But hang on, they have a fishing capacity of 200. That's 800. That's 825. How did 4,000 people get on it? Some questions are better off not answered, but if I want to understand this game, sadly I need to ask these difficult questions. What is 1 unit of transport capacity? How many men or strength? And what is the strength of 1 levy? 1,000. Okay, well that makes even less sense. Levies count for less capacity than regular. Great! Where do we see that? One could only assume it's somewhere. Right, well, never mind that. Let's get our armies out of here and probably over to England. Let's land in Hell, maybe. Or is there a fort somewhere so my boats will be relatively safe? Only in London. I don't think I want to be in London. Maybe I do want to be in London. Alright, off you trot then. They don't seem to want to off-trot. Nor can you just grab them. Second Navy. Go to London. Go anywhere. Okay, you'll go here. Will you then go to London? I have no idea. Okay, so it seems like the movement of naval is just as weird and buggy as movement of people on land. Okay. The Welsh miners are assembling, which is kind of good. The war with Granada is over, also good. I'm saddened about that. I was planning on playing Granada, but I'll leave them a bit of time, because playing yet another slaving Sunni right after playing as slaving Sunnis didn't seem like the right thing to do. Taking a wide berth to avoid the Scottish Navy. Might be running into a different navy. The Artois Navy. Okay, as expected, raising all their units has made the subjects disloyal, meaning I suspect they won't join in the fighting, so there should be easy pickings for my Iberian friends. And hopefully I have a lot of Iberian friends. It's okay. Believe. Believe. I sure hope navies can retreat. I'm going to be asking them politely to retreat. Okay, there we go. Retreating's a bit too easy in the game. Like, you can retreat within a few hours of a fight. There was a minimum of, what, two parts of a fight in EU4? Alright, they should be safe in London. I don't think anything's going to be that safe back home. England want food access? It's all yours, buddy. Wonder if anybody else could be offered access or anything that makes them more happy to be on my side. Okay, good. I see Iberian levies being raised. Alright. I think retreating is to compensate for the increased fog of war. I suppose that makes sense. It's a little bit frustrating, though. Right, what do I do with my army here, by the way? I want my crown in command, but maybe some good command should be in command. Luke, you're pretty amazing at what you do. You're going to be in charge of half of the army. The other half of the army, I will put myself in charge of, I suppose. Craven! I don't think we want Lord Craven here. Well, you know what? I can always pull out the lairds if they're too uppity. Get Nigel on the case. And I'm just going to have them both set to attach. I don't trust the AI as far as I can throw them here, but maybe if I set them to attach... Well, attaching Grimsby feels fitting. Maybe we can get something done. My issue is, what is England going to do, right? I'd love to just tell them, go here. Remember in EU4, where you could set places as objectives? Sometimes it felt like a placebo effect, but I was assured by the AI programmer that it does something. The French army is stuck. Unless they get boats over. Oh crap, they got boats over. Freaking Royal Navy doing absolutely bugger all. Come on, England. Who would allow this to happen? Oh, the English won't. Okay, amazing. They brought half their navy to this very, very important fight. Had a job, AI. Well, actually, I think some of the French actually took a licking there. And now the rest are stuck. Good job, England. Kind of. Right, so here's hoping that these Welsh miners stick to me. That sounds dirty. You're going to get a lot of coal on you for that. That said, the number of Scots is concerning. What's not concerning is that they're not even going for me. That's quite good. Come on, England! Score some rams! How do you slave raid with Berbers? I don't see a button. Pass. I had a little bit of a test out with privateers, and I could not figure them out for the life of me. It feels like you just spend a lot of money and then they die. And maybe that's what the game's going for, but I didn't like it. Okay, fortunately they're all attaching to me, and this should be an army worthy of destroying the Scots. And that's really what we all want in life. It's somewhere there on the hierarchy of needs. Killing Scots. Now look at that, they don't even get a defensive bonus on... Where is that? Dumfries. Where's Galloway? Where's Ayr? Inverayre. Is that what they called it? Scotland... Wait, I thought Scotland had a lot more forts than that. I was pretty sure at Game Start they had like 1,000 forts here. I mean, this is excellent news for me, but come on, Scotland, what are you playing at? You even got rid of the capital fort. Well, now, I rather think it's going to be Scots guts for garters. And here we go. I don't like that you click on this, but you don't click on this. All right, there you go. Castile want food access. I am happy to give anybody everything, as long as they become my good friends. So good that we can, continue this friendship. Maybe beyond this little proxy war. For them, it's a proxy war, of course. They just want... They just want... Why is the other army a bit slower? Don't worry about it. Yeah, they just want to fight France. There's no way these people actually care about Scottish matters. I feel like Afghanistan or Korea here. This ain't about me, is it? It's about my teleporting armies. Coming into Carlisle, into Appleby. I don't actually mind England getting sieged down a bit. It might... Wait, where's the English army? And don't say that it's attached to me. Is that... Oh my god, England trusted some Highland hillbillies with their army. I think part of the problem here is that England never got rid of their units, so they can't re-raise more levies right now. Well, as long as France stay the heck out of this war, that's okay, but I don't like the fact that I'm going to have to fight an almost fair fight. Actually, there's a good chance Scotland have the advantage given the numbers here. It's pretty much 10k on 10k, and ours are in a lot of disarray. Also, this game is so... Stop teleporting armies, for God's sake. Oh, jeez. I am really quite concerned about this. Also, the English regulars don't seem to want to fight here. I mean, maybe if Elgin has fallen? Ross! We could have been so much together. The treachery. You're probably going to Durham, and Durham doesn't have a fort. But I could march on your capital. How would you feel about that? Probably not very good. England seems to just be sitting there with their regulars. Oh well, if nothing else, I can march on Scotland's capital with this army. Ooh, seeing some good numbers from the Iberians here. 13,000 from Portugal. 19,000 from Castile. Immediate advancement from the Aragonese. Okay, might be able to make something out of this. I think it's a pausing that causes all this to happen. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But with streaming... I play a lot faster when I'm not streaming, by the way, and that's just a general thing. Who's even sieging this? Am I sieging this? What? I hope I don't get fort locked there. Scotland are raising mercenaries? The mercenaries might be easy to 10 to 1 with an army like this. We'll see what we can do. Why is this army stuck here? Like, what happened? They'll be ready soon, but not now. Maybe just wait there and then march in and kill them. Because if Scotland make a bunch of mercs and they just die, then that's surely going to be good for me. It appears that my friends have decided they don't want to attach to me. Okay, that's very, very bad. If we split up, then the Scots are going to destroy us. And it appears we're splitting up, so the Scots are going to destroy us. What the hell is this army doing? Like, just walking in place. I am at a loss to explain. Okay, they're kind of joining me, but I'm probably going to die to these, Where do those, mercenaries go? There's some weird stuff going on here. I don't like it. Jake's army is going for the pillaging over fighting. Classic Scots, of course. A Scottish maneuver right here. For disloyal subjects, there sure are a lot of armies on the war march here. But unfortunately, France is so full of bleeding forts that this is not going to be a pleasant fight, is it? Ah, but hold on. The Bohemians. The Bohemians are on the march with their many subjects. I'm hoping that they absolutely crush France. Ah, the well-known Scottish hurricanes. Very good. Jolly good. Alright, well, holding their capital is actually good for my war score, so let's make sure we grab that. And by we, I mean me. And also, the Scots are arriving. This is not a particularly good defensive position, is it? I wouldn't know. I can't see it, can I? Yeah, unsurprisingly, flatland, grassland, not great. But up here, there's hills and such. I wonder if he's going to come and attack us. If he is going to, any advantage would be welcome. I'm not sure I want to attack into him. Can't believe how mighty the Scottish army is. What the hell is England doing? They are actually marching, which is good, but... why is the Navy not permanently here, stopping France from moving? Okay, the situation on the Isles is grim. I hope some of these are actually regulars, right? It's not immediately clear what is and is not a regular, but maybe England's army? Feudal levies and mailed knights? That doesn't sound promising, whereas Scotland might actually have some actual units. Which all sounds bad to me. At least I'm taking over the capital, so maybe I'll be able to starve out the Scots a bit. If nothing else, I should probably be doing something horrible to their subject. Right, enough out of you, Ross. I've known a fair few Rosses in my life. There we go, complete squish, 10 to 1. I would quite like my land back, but maybe prioritizing that's going to hurt me. I would still like it back, though, because it ratchets up the war exhaustion. And if your war exhaustion is too high, you're going to have a forced peace. Could be good to manage Ross. Yeah, maybe take this and take Ross, but if Scotland take their capital back, that's taking war score for them. Also hoping that things go well down here. So a thought is that these subjects that are disloyal can be separately sued. Once 12 months have passed, we don't need to siege down all these annoying single forts. I could just... but then again, people that are 100%ed, now that's a different story altogether. Interesting. Tell me about yourself, Bairn. Tell me a lot about yourself, please. Bairn has an overlord of Foix. Is this Foix? No, I recognize Foix's flag, and it's not that. I no longer think I recognize Foix's flag. That's Astarak. Yeah, that's Foix's flag. How did I miss Foix? Oh, I clicked on this, didn't I? Right, so Foix actually have 2 subjects. Meaning if I annexed Foix, I could have those subjects for myself. Is this Foix land? No. Interesting thought, though. Alright, we'll let some of this occupation go. I mean, for all I know, the Iberians could steamroll France. Especially with a significant chunk of the French army stuck in Dover. Scotland have bolstered themselves with those mercenaries. That's about to become a problem for me. Of that, I'm relatively certain. But maybe they'll just be idiots and stand still. No, it looks like their idiocy is... I was going to say come to an end, but it looks like they're marching south. The AI is just bananas at times. But that's how you know you're playing EU. My parents lived in Foix for a few years. Excellent duck confit there. Good times. I've been to France a couple of times, but I don't have any immediate plans to make it a 3rd time. Our period of idiocy has come to a middle. Okay, they do want Dumfries back. Hard to blame them on that matter. For now, I guess I will embrace the Waldensians. Could I not? I'm significantly worried about this army. This army will not defeat the Scots, especially now that the Scots have some mercs on their side. It might be better if the English regulars joined in, but I sure don't see a lot of English regulars. Yeah, I think what England needed to do was disband their levies so that they could re-raise their levies to be larger. As it stands, unless England gets wiped, that won't happen. And if England gets wiped, then there are other bad things happening, isn't there? There certainly is. Unsurprisingly, he wants his capital back. Maybe not going on the offense is going to hurt me badly in this one. I mean, how tough could those Scots really be? It's pretty good leadership. Probably better leadership than I can afford. Actually, we've got a pretty good Luke Antrim here. But his regulars are going to cause some great pain for me. Of that, I'm certain. Maybe I could coax him into some battle here, but there are no forts for me to have the advantage in. And I'm not sure just going around picking off irrelevant bits of land is going to do much for me. It might. Might put a bit of pressure on the Scots, but if England don't actually have much of an army to throw at the situation, then it's bad bloody news for me. How does Jake have 4,000 troops with a population of 26k? Wow, it is 26k. Well, Highlanders are just built a little differently. Also, I gave a lot of privileges in exchange for as many levies as possible. Okay, there we go. So we got some land here that will hopefully propagate its power, but I might just have to accept that I take a fight with the Scots, even if it's a fight I'm going to lose. But if I can force it to be a fight in Inverness, that might be advantageous. Might be, I mean, it might not. My Elgin. Also my money. Those costs of the court really add up, huh? I'm not paying for stability, so my buildings cost me money. My people... Do my people even have some stuff to give me? I suppose I could mint a minuscule amount, very inefficiently due to lack of gold and silver. But none of my allies seem to be willing to support me financially. Alright, Elgin dying is not surprising. What I'm curious about is what are the Scots going to do if I just kind of glare at them for a while. They're going to go over here, which the game rightfully believes we're going to lose. They have higher morale and better quality. Very likely that we would lose, huh? Yeah, I think I just have to play tit for tat with the Scots for now. But yeah, without England actually raising up a new army, they're really crappy with their crummy levies. Unsure how to deal with that currently. Playing tit for tat with Scotland's only going to get me so far. Maybe Scotland can go down and get themselves stuck on English forts, and that will offer me time to. It's going over to Lochabar, so it's kind of likely he's going to head north. Yeah, I was hoping he'd kind of get himself stuck in somewhere like Leeds or Pontefract, because England have a lot of forts for Scotland to chew on. That gives me an opportunity to lay Scotland under siege, and that would force them to the peace table. Separate peace with France is possible, but I would like to get as much out of France as I can. That said, that's quite unrealistic. But maybe, especially with the French army stuck in Dover. The critical thing is that I need war reparations from France. If I don't get that money, I'm not going to be able to capitalize on my position. On top of that, I would like some French land, for reasons that will be apparent probably as soon as I have French land. But the thing is, I don't need to get that off of France. I can separate peace some French vassals to get that. In an ideal world, I get something around here. This is Poitou, right? Oh my god, I can't believe I know my French geography this well. But yes, some Poitou land would be well situated, close to my potential allies, good land altogether. A nice little knife stuck in the side of France, which is where the knives belong, among other places. Alright. Greedy? Yes, greedy. Greed is good. Moray is starving. Okay, I am incredibly surprised. There's nowhere for me to do parliament. Don't worry, we'll get Elgin back and all will be well. Where did those Scots go? Those slippery Scottish bastards. God, I hate Scots. Anybody got some good racist Scottish puns for us? Because we could do with some of that as we fight them. And don't worry, it's totally okay. I'm giving you the equivalent of the N card right now for Scots. I have the authority to do that. Alright, good. I can't see the Scots. If I can't see them, they can't see me. And no, it's not a trap. I think I just want Narbonne out of here. That's far too difficult a siege to waste our time on. And I'm not sure I could make much use of Narbonne. Okay, he is arsing around northwards. That's bleh for me. There's going to be a lot of tit for tat in Scotland then, I see. But he seems quite unwilling to fight with me, and maybe Scotland could hemorrhage money during this war. Oh, he's changing his mind. As long as his units stay attached to me, things might go well. On the other hand, if the English detached and got wiped, I think he'd raise a lot more fresh levies for me. And I need him to do that. Okay, Bohemia is busy chewing on eastern France. That's something. Jock puts elastic bands on his confetti when he goes to the weddings. There we go. I thought Moray was Highlander adjacent. Moray's right on the border between Highlands and Lowlands. So you get to like be one or the other depending on what the situation calls for. Okay, what are we so desperate for that we can get it in the council? I think the answer is nothing. Gain development, push towards naval. Well, I do actually want to push towards naval. A skilled member of the clergy. A trade expedition. Can we really be trading at all right now? Trade capacity of 4. That does translate to money, but not a lot. But it's the most likely thing to pass, so can I really do anything other than that? I'm willing to say no. I could also just take the opportunity to pass a different, better law. Autonomy support. Decentralize it. Yeah, I don't really think that's going to make much odds. I am not giving heretics and heathens and communalism. That actually doesn't sound too bad. Because I love communalism. It allows you to repeal privileges easier. Significantly easier. That might not be the world's worst agenda to give out. It does strengthen these guys, but not by much. It makes them a lot happier. And, you know, screw heretics and heathens. I think that's actually worth doing, and I even save the legitimacy on giving it out. The nobles won't be happy, but when are the nobles ever happy? But yeah, changing the law rather than getting my trade expedition going is rather tempting. It's just I'm not familiar with these settled nation laws right now. We have feudal administration. I do not want aristocracy. I don't want decentralization either. So admin is the least bad. God, it's all decentralizing. Can't think of any puns. I know heroic epic of a brave wee Scot lad and his battle with a burning couch. Okay, open borders is welcome. I would like to have no censorship in order to innovate better. Cultural influence even goes up, amazing, but the clergy are unhappy. Martial society might be necessary right now. Religious teachings is relatively okay for education. Whoa, we have devout education. Literacy for everybody goes up a lot. We become traditional and spiritual. That sounds really good. But then again, this also does that. And I guess spiritualism, which I'm not keen on. Yeah, I might want devout education down the line. Uneducated masses, yeah, I don't think so. Speed of integration versus happy peasants. I don't know how much integration we're going to have to be dealing with, but probably quite a lot. Legal code. Hey, where's Scots law? There's a bunch of nice advances and things that only apply to Scotland, and you better believe we don't get that. What does common law even do? The estates are happy. Happy estates are good for me for now. Of course, I managed to forget the one that I was looking at thinking, ooh, that would be good. Maybe it was no censorship. The nobles control the mining, as somewhat expected. Royal court with interim courts. Capital moving is cheaper. I'm probably going to need to move my capital. Elgin's a god-awful place for it. Rural parliament's possible. Proximity cost through land goes down. That's interesting. It probably would have to be court of culture, given that I need every bit of cultural influence I can get. Okay, great. It looked good, but I managed to forget what exactly I wanted here. But it was probably no censorship, right? Yeah, innovative is good. Humanist is good. Individualism, as opposed to communal. Oh, I like communalism, that's a thing. Maybe early on I like communalism, but later on I want to be more individual. That's a small amount compared to the other things that we get here. Saw that tolerance, though. You skip distribution of power. Yeah, not sure I'm really in a position to be favoring the ruler right now. It'll make everybody else unhappy. It is a powerful one, though. Traditional distribution, making everybody happier is quite good. Yeah, maybe going for crown power early is good because it makes it easier to revoke things later on. Yeah, screw it. Favor me. And then we might even be able to... Hey, look at this. Grant a privilege. But it doesn't want to give them a privilege at all. Do I just get this for free? That's interesting. I mean, yeah, I like free support. Did they actually get a privilege there? Did they? It should say when it was implemented, so it'll say 28th of March. And I already gave them strength and faith. 1st of April, 1st of April, 1st of April, 28th of March, 1st of April. They didn't get anything. Okay, cool. Very cool. Alright. I'm still not winning the Parliament debate. I got half a year, but there might be events that give me support. But there could also be events that pool my support. Oh, hey, now they want an actual privilege. Spiritualism I don't want, though. This I don't mind giving, the autonomy support, but we'll try and remember to do that before the Parliament ends. Okay, getting very sidetracked here. Hey, look at that! They're building roads faster than I ever did as the Horde. They're building a road here? From Inverness to... But where the hell is that? Sorry, I don't tend to stroll around the Grampian mountains that much. For example, in exchange for a parliament seat, they will support me. I mean, sure, what do I have to lose at this point? Alright. Aberdeen is down. Yeah, I think we should just try and get occupations faster than Scotland can flip them. And then who knows, maybe when France is dealt with, in some stroke, the AI will decide that they can navally invade up here, you know, bring their armies up to Ingerland and actually do an invasion. Stranger things have happened. Now, when does this war start, by the way? 12th of July, so soon I'll be able to separate peace. Look at this! Look at this massive Iberian army that's doing absolutely nothing in Narbonne. I need Narbonne pieced out so they don't waste their entire army to attrition there. Ugh. Freaking AI, man. What is this? 28 levies of Scotland. How about England raise some levies, you know? Is that unthinkable? Maybe it is unthinkable. The reason I'm not splitting up my army, by the way, is that I don't trust the attached units. The units are attached to me right now. I will not trust them at all to not detach at the slightest sign of trouble, and then they'll split up and get destroyed. So all I'm trying to do is beat Scotland to sieges, which is pretty difficult when they have one stack and I have one stack. If they decide to split up and carpet siege, then at least I can pick them off with my unified army. Nice having support in Parliament. That means I could pass another law change if I felt like it. But there was nothing else really standing out. I suppose no censorship would be good. You're taking that crossing, aren't you? I don't really fancy going for a 10-to-1 on such a minute army, though. And levies don't reinforce, so maybe it's better to leave him damaged. The army's walking in place when sieging. They've got to sort that. Maybe they're meant to have an animation for sieging, but it's broken or it doesn't exist. Is Aberdeen our capital? We don't even own Aberdeen. Elgin is my capital. And frankly, it doesn't matter that much if it gets taken or not. It's all just my way of distracting the Scots. What are you doing? What are you doing? AI is just broken, man. Looks like they finally gave up on Narbonne. Kind of. I'll be happier to see fewer Narbonnes going on here. Ooh, Foix is taken. Tell me more, Foix. So I could full annex Foix right now. And that would actually get me Foix's subjects on my side. Thank you, my Iberian friends. Can you core it? Not even a consideration right now. There we go. And they give 10 ducats, but I don't think I got much of that. I didn't pay attention, but it gets divided up. Point is that I now have these guys on my side, and maybe they will help out. I mean, maybe not. How loyal even are they? Very nice of them to just let me have that land. But I suppose they're only going to take land if they're interested in it, and that was... oh, that was accessible for Aragon. Some interesting things going on here, I'm telling you. Is there anybody else open for peace? I think only if they're full occupied, but soon we'll be able to separate peace the disloyal subjects. What the hell is this? Freaking Wales! Dafter than a batch of retarded donkeys. They're gonna get destroyed there. It's not even hilly, so there's no good defense. And then our army is going to be easy pickings. I think we need to get out of here before they get any funny ideas. Oh, I should probably take Durham back. Okay, that's good. Ross can't do anything. Yeah, take Durham back, see if we can get these losers out of their own country. Yeah, the Welsh want Strathclyde back. Not allowed it. Go away. At least my war exhaustion is marginally going down, at least until I get Occupado again. Yeah, they're getting the capital back. Lickety-spit. It's okay-ish, though. My main problem is that England aren't raising levies because their existing levies are raised. And their existing levies have already taken so much damage that it's weird. Right, you can have 500 levies, they die, and then you re-raise 5,000 levies. The system is a little out of tune. Alright, 11th of July, I should be able to start doing actual peace. Hey, are they coming to... they're coming to... stick with me. Good. What do you mean I'm over my cultural capacity limit? It's just me and the Scots. Jeez, that's grim, isn't it? Too much cultural capacity. I'm Scottish. Do like their fish names. There's plenty to like about being Scottish or in Scotland. Maybe I should actually try going for a castle here. But, alright, the castle is here and here. I have a feeling that that's actually a bad use of our time, though. Tough to say, for real. Just keeping the Scots under pressure, though, seems to be the right way forward for me. Overall, the battles are going in our favour, which is good. I say overall. On an unrelated note, Manipur is Kangalpak in this one, which is why you couldn't find it. It's disappointingly easy with Bengal not being your neighbour anymore. Shan tribes are fractured and weak. Yeah, a lot of starts seem quite easy. Unless you're in an oppressive situation, there's a lot of easy times to be had. I might be playing on very hard mode sooner than I thought in this one. Very hard mode does juice up the AI something fierce, though. 20% discipline. 50% more money and manpower cost for your armies. It's quite brutal. Alright, we're in July now. I can start piecing out these useless guys. And I think they don't contribute towards my war score with France. Is that true? I could almost actually separate piece France out and get something. You know, they wouldn't be willing to do it yet. Wait, what do you mean other treaties? Oh yeah, I want those war reparations. You need at least 10 war score to do that. Occupations and blockades. Does that include your subjects? I think it does. So separate piecing out the subjects will lower my war score with France, but you know, separate piecing out the subjects also just gives me more options. For one, couldn't I become a duchy yet? You need a population of at least 200,000 and 25 prestige. But I could do that. And how many Frenchies are living here? 20,000, 30,000, 50,000? What if I just took this land, took all your money, humiliated you, got war reparations from you? Alright, the money doesn't matter because it doesn't even go to me. Liberate Gascony? No, I don't think so. But yeah, I could just take this land for myself. Looks like it causes quite a lot of antagonism with French people, but, you know, let's not humanize them. Are there any forts here? No, not really. Whatever. Get some out of the war. Let's see how this goes for us. What was my war score with France prior to doing that? Okay, well, it barely made any difference, so sure, that's just free land for me. And it doesn't even cost a diplomat to peace out, which is quite cool. So I could take this land as well if I wanted to. Not sure I want to. I mean, you're just one single province with no other ties to anybody, right? Yeah. I mean, that's a difficult question. Should I just land grab everything I can? Or should I just piece them out in exchange for them giving me money? Because God, do I need money. And even small nations like this, right? They're still in France. Surely they have money to give. You know, those 42,000 pops with 100% control can't give no money. So yeah, I think you pay war reparations, you pay money, And you get humiliated, which gives me prestige, and prestige will give me cultural influence. Dip rep has got to be good as well. Gives food access, gives a lot of things. If you want the money, take the land and sell it back. Yeah, that's a thought, but it's also bad boy to take the land, or aggressive expansion, or infamy, or whatever you want to call it. But yes, there is the plan there, Daniel. The difference is this gives me the money now. I can't sell land to France if I'm at war with France. Oh, it is next to some land that I have here and now. Let's do it this way, though. I want to see how much dosh this gives me anyway. Well, none of it directly to me, but how much is that going to be diplomatically? Not nothing. Wait, that's Armagnac. We'll see if Asterac fixes themselves before too long. Anybody else fancy making peace with me? We've got pretty much 100% with you guys. Do you have any subjects or anything else worth caring about? It's kind of cool that you can separate subjects like this if they're disloyal. I think them being disloyal is the cutoff. Ooh, that connects up my land. Oh, it almost connects up my land. What about you? Are you enough of a loser to just get annexed by me? You are. So I could actually connect up my land. For better or for worse. I'm not sure if it would be at all better. Probably a lot worse. But France is unlikely to give me military access in any way here. And also, just how much bad boy is taking all this land? Well, it's only bad boy with Frenchies. The difference is it's taking all this power to defeat the French here. And they will have their army back next time. I don't know what kind of protection I can get from the French. Maybe they'll be too busy with their 100 Years' War to worry about little old me. Yeah, infamy is indeed just a number, but I can see this going badly. Oh well, badly or not, I need power from somewhere. You're supposed to defeat the French, not become them. Oh, too bad, this is what's happening. Yoink. And it was this land as well, right? Just yoink. Just give it all to me. Although if I want to become a duchy, I do need to humiliate another country. Is there anybody else occupado enough to actually peace out? Yeah, there's someone like you. If that's all you have and you have no subjects, then you are going to eat the humiliation sandwich. You're going to pay me war reps, and you're going to give money to my allies. And that should be a duchy land for me. Cultural capacity up is important. Diplomatic capacity is very important. Alright, that's so much better than being a county. County gets you nothing. You can ally. Okay, good for me. The extra rivals might be useful down the line as well. Might be useful now. Okay, those little places are going to starve. That's not unexpected. Where'd all my money go? Does it cost money to become a duchy? I must have missed that. That's a shame. I could sure do with some money. And if these places starve as badly as they say they're going to, that could cost me a lot of money. Oh well. Wait a second. I think I remember this being an issue, right? You have a place and they immediately have like food minus 1 million. That could destroy my economy and make me bankrupt. Hopefully it doesn't. We'll find out soon. Find out real soon. I think settings for making places not automatically buy food will be around later. I think Johan mentioned it as an upcoming patch. Because right now, every province always tries to fill their granary, which makes no sense. Like, they have a glut of excess, they store it in their granary, and they start eating the excess during winter, but they go, oh god, we're not full, and then they spend, so much money buying up food. It's broken. Add it to the list of broken. Alright. What else can be done around here? We've got some losers hanging around. You don't want to peace out. Annoyingly, there's this beautiful list of, people that you can make peace with, but they're always available even if you can't make peace with them. So, can I peace out Flanders? Well, actually, I think I can, but a loyal subject, I don't think I'd be able to. France, tell me about a loyal subject of yours. A loyal subject is Normandy. Normandy is a subject? And it says, hey, you can peace Normandy. Great. And then it says, well, hang on. Maybe they don't need to be disloyal. Look at this. If I gave you... Yeah! Wow, okay, I could have sworn it was disloyalty, but I guess I'm dead wrong. All of France's subjects can be pieced out. Fascinating. I mean, right now we have a problem with these guys sieging this down. Carlat and Etamps and Perche and France themselves. One just wonders why they're so loyal to go and attack there. And one equally wonders why Aragon doesn't immediately murk them, but AI will do AI things. Now, I really want Narbonne to stop being under siege, to the point where I will just give them white peace. It's such a sticking point for my friends. Are there any other annoying fortified places? Yeah, like you. I don't want my guys getting stuck on forts. Yeah, you could just get out of here. Although, if this does get taken, I might be able to just piece you out in a more preferential situation. But yeah, I think everybody that I can be piecing out with, I should be piecing out with. Just go on the vast humiliation spree. I think I'll let you have that fight. More war score from battles is good for me. Very good for me. Let's not ignore my own army, by the way. What are we doing? Alright, we're working on the Scottish borders. Good enough for me. I think it's loyal, it goes straight to peace with the Overlord. Really? No, that sure looks like peace with Normandy. Alright, so little by little we're cutting out some French miners from this. The problem is, God, these sieges are a nightmare. Better hope that my allies remain keen on this war. Now, in order to make peace with Scotland, I must demand independence, but there's a very important thing here. Independent CB reduces the cost of taking land. So I really should be going for as much of Scotland as I can. And that will mean probably going all the way down to the English border. Because I need to keep England off my back. I need those forts taken away from Scotland. I guess I can make do without Angus. But yeah, this is probably the peace deal I'm looking for. Eviscerate Scotland, gives me their forts. The border with England could be a problem. Don't know how antagonized they get. I guess I don't need this, do I? Ross is surprisingly expensive. How about Strathclyde? How about Scottish money? No, that would go to my allies. Whatever, this is the basics of what I'm looking for. The difficult part would be living with yourself with those borders. Well, I won't have to live with myself like that for very long. Guild is ours. What's with that occupation? It's taking... Oh, right, I took the occupation. We're just moving from there. You'll never take Aberdeen. I took Aberdeen. Hey, I didn't get a pop-up for Aberdeen being taken back. I guess the game doesn't want to spam you with that, which is agreeable. You know what? If I don't want this... Is this France? Ah, damn, it is France. And this is France. All the flags look the same. Just saying what I can say about the French. Oh, I wasn't able to get you guys out. That's a shame. But these guys are slightly occupied. And it's not quite enough to get you out of there. How's that war score with France, anyway? Yeah, making some peace actually hurt us there, but hopefully we can actually get... just 10 war score with France, and piecing them out is acceptable. But obviously I want more. Obviously. I am really concerned about this fight, if it comes to a fight. The Scots are something else, and if I don't have a beneficial fight, and this isn't beneficial... Yeah, there's no bonus to the fight going on here, then it won't work out so well for us. I'm really on the fence about doing a proper siege here. See, it's hilly and forested, so if the Scots come and attack us here, they'll have an advantage. Dunbar is a different situation, though. Look at that. It's flat land and it's grassland. Maybe I should work on Dunbar. Just to get somewhere with this war. On the other hand, if I took this and the Scots tried to retake it, we'd have the advantage in fighting them. The question is, do I think the Scots would come for me? This siege will take a while as well because it's a coastal fort with no blockade. There's no easy answer here because the English just don't have an army. I was under the mistaken impression that the English should bring an army to this fight. And if I let them split up, they'll get destroyed by Scots. But maybe that's for the better. Maybe the trick I'm losing is, or missing out on, is not having the English go and kill themselves so they can re-raise new levies. Where is the English army? This doesn't look like an English army. England, what the hell are you doing? What? Explain further. Where is this one guy, England? He's not over in France, is he? Ah! What? I think John England is just existing over in Jersey, and maybe that's why he's not raising any additional levies. Maybe he can't for some reason, but I don't know why he wouldn't. Ah, okay. What the hell do I do now? There's no peace to be had if I can't deal with Scotland, so do we just go for the siege? Risky though it may be. No, I think if we're going to take a siege, we're going to take Dunbar first. Less risk of the Scots coming in and kicking my sorry arse. Let's take a route that's a little less, lacking in vision. Uh-oh, the Scots are here. Uh-oh, the Scots are coming. Big uh-oh, Scots are going to slaughter us. They have a bigger, better, more well-led army. Well, I can deal with the well-led part. And we do actually have the hills on our side, but not the vegetation. I'm assuming I'm going to be there first. 1629. 1928. I have a feeling we're going to get minced here. Just a feeling. There are no more real levies for me to raise. Actually, is that true? Can I not raise levies down here? I just took this land. Apparently no. I wonder why I can't raise levies there. Did Jake talk about the UI differences? Makes it a lot more readable than the default. Yeah. I got a mod called Good UI to make the top bar better. And I made my own mod for making this bottom bar fatter. And always up, so it doesn't keep popping up and down like a Pop-Tart. Those were Navy levies, Jake. Ah, good point. Moray have 400 more to give me. But there's actually a significant number that I could bring from France. And if I'm to assume that my navy could actually survive the journey over there, then it might be in my benefit to raise those levies. I don't think we could do any reasonable sieging in France. Like, this place is just full of forts. But those extra troops, those extra 1,400 levies, could actually really help out here. No, the French have not landed in England. That is a French exiled unit that can't do anything because they're stuck in England. All right. Might see if I can go over and grab me that. Occupied by the High Kinship of Alba. All right. Maybe, just maybe. I should move my boats over once the units are in position, probably. All right, but this battle is probably very, very bad for me. Oh my god, how did they get there before me? We said we'd arrive on the 28th. Oh, because they're coming out of that province. Okay, I think we might just take the fight and retreat as soon as possible. What? What is going on? Think we have any hope of winning this? I'm thinking the answer is no. Because we now took the attacker penalty, right? Wait. Right, they weren't there. That was a visual visual misindicator or whatever. They are the ones taking topography penalty. They have better morale. They have better tactics. They have better discipline. They are crushing us on all the flanks because our units are not in position. And they're taking their sweet time to get into position. I think we should just get out of here. The battle is not in our benefit. Yeah, get out of there. Everybody. Yeah, the Scots are too much for me to handle, it seems. Low markets, too many relations, yeah, all... Wait, too many relations? What relations do I even have? Oh, my fiefdoms. The fiefdoms are exceedingly expensive. Well that's unfortunate. Maybe I could do something about that. I could always seize their territory. That would make them smaller and wimpier. How bad is this for me, by the way? Crown power, prestige, loyalty, antagonism. Yeah, the loyalty part does not surprise me, but I'm capped on my my guys here. All right, yeah, well, let's go for it. Let's improve relations with them. This is going weird, right, isn't it? Moray taking over southern France when we're still fighting for our life in Elgin. Stranger things have happened, though. There's an event to become Highlander of Scotland. Yes, but I'm not Scotland, and I don't plan on forming Scotland. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Suing for peace with France is looking tough, whilst they are still enthusiastic about the war. Stop mentioning the war. Could take over Nevers, though. Could absolutely full annex Nevers. Make myself every enemy under the sun. What's Nevers' hierarchy? No subjects themselves, just subject of France. No forts. But I think taking Nevers and feeding it back to France piecemeal might not be the worst idea. Might not be the best idea either, though. But it also gives me a whole lot more levies that I could raise and potentially bring over to Scotland. And I think that has to be the highest priority right now. Yeah. Yoink. So about those levies that I can keep raising. I'll take them. Yeah, I hope they can all fit on my fishing boats as well. Scotland is not very surprisingly taking over all that land again, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, rivals, I am not surprised. Anyway, my army. It's quite important that you don't immediately die. But I need to get you to the coast where you'll be safe. Can I maybe get you over here? Potentially not running into any Frenchies. Well, safety in numbers, maybe mass up over here. Speaking of running into some Frenchies, we've got 1,000 of them over there. I need to get them back home, and the extra numbers will surely aid me in defeating Scotland, because England is completely incapable of doing so. Completely incapable. And the Scots are still not entering England. Okay, good to see that the English are taking them on. It's very good to see that the French are not escaping England, or Dover rather. Right, this could be a big change in the war for me. Just get everybody over here. Onto my fishing boats and back to England. So we can properly enter Scotland. There we go. Right, you gotta reselect them for some reason, or else you can't connect them like so. Get your arses over to here. And let's hope we don't run into anybody. There's a lot to keep my eyes on at once, which I don't particularly like. And yeah, our numbers here are not great. Yeah, but my problem is the Scots will probably go north and attack me rather than attack England. England just are not raising an army for some reason. I wonder if I load the game, would England suddenly go, hey, I should raise my levies? Or does England have some kind of problem with being able to raise levies? They can recruit the following regiments. Okay, and they don't for some reason. I'm a little tempted to do that. I would not be surprised if the AI has just gone brain dead for some reason. Although, what if reloading this causes some other disastrous things to happen? Maybe they just really hate you. That's possible. France's subjects did sign separate pieces and treaties with England during the 100 Years' War, right? In this game? Sure. I'm not sure if they did, though. Alright, let's see if England can come to their senses. And the whole point of getting England in this war was so that, you know, the English army could come and help me. The English army is one man in Jersey. It's becoming a problem for me. A big problem. As you're sailing by, shoot the one Englishman on the island. See if that wakes the AI up. Yeah, there's that idea. Don't know if he would... I don't think he could even board my ship, though. What's going on in here? 2 days left in the Parliament. Do we want to change another law? Because I could totally do that and still win the debate. I could also raise larger levies. Levy size 25% isn't nothing, but... I have to believe we're going to win this war and work towards something better. Does anybody remember what looked good out of these? I think I already did that. If you're not an Iron Man, maybe tag swap to England and force them to do so. No, I do not like cheating on my campaigns. I would do that to investigate bugs, but I already have the save to investigate, so no thanks. Ooh, noble levies, of course. Make my levies fight better. Yes. Yes, God, yes. And I can still pass the trade expectation, as laughable as that is. Alright, there we go. Can't believe I skipped the levy law. Maybe Scotland should also be my rival. Do not right-click on this screen, by the way. It gives you no prompt, and you might just throw away 25's prestige for nothing. Although it's a good way to tank prestige if you need to for some reason. Okay, England, you're gonna wake up. Sure doesn't look like waking up to me. And are you guys gonna make your way over to the coast where I need you? Yay, thank you, Council. Maybe I can make some money organically. You know, if Scotland just stays there, that's also good, but I'd love them to come down and just get stuck in a fort in England. Maybe we should make our way up to Dunbar. But I do worry about the Scots murdering my army before I get reinforcements in, so I guess we stick in York. Yeah, wakey wakey eggs and jakey. Come on, England! You useless bag of donkeys. Alright, looks like I really need my my army over here. I guess I should move those fishing boats into position. I hope they don't, run into anything along the way. It's just a bunch of crayers from northern Scotland. Oh no, the Norman Navy is here. I'll take that as unexpected. Kinda need my boats. Oh wow, you can just leave? Seems broken. Yeah, I don't like this fight. Immediately don't have this fight. In fact, you guys should be able to go into the province since I've occupied it. Alright, get over there. How's the war score with France anyway? 9.9. If they ever got tired of the war, and that seems to be quite a lot, but if they ever do get tired, I should be able to piece them out for war reparations. It'd be a shame not to take Poitou, but it really doesn't look like you can hammer France quite so easily. So my dreams of early crushing France... I mean, look at everything I brought against France. Portugal, Castile, Aragon, Provence, Milan, God, the Holy Roman Emperor, all of his subjects in England, and we can't really seem to advance farther than, well, anywhere. This isn't even fortified land. Jesus. Okay, well, needs must. And this is with the French army trapped in Dover. There's no justice in this world. Unsurprisingly, my navy is dying, but that's okay. I just want to get my levies back home. Hopefully the Black Death cuts them down. The problem is the Black Death cuts everybody down. Come on, get in here. Get together. Hey, looting French gold while we're at it. I'm okay with that. You guys get stuck together. Get on my blessed boat. And then get my boat... Maybe avoid the Normans this time and land in Kendal. Are you actually leaving? No, but if you leave and then I tell you to leave, you might go to Kendal. God, just freaking... Painful sometimes, real painful. This is yet another siege you're getting stuck on, but these guys, they do not want to peace out. And the things I can offer are things I'm unwilling to offer in a peace deal. Jake's about to lose it. Well, as long as it isn't the war, it is my capital, it seems. That's okay, though. You know, we got war exhaustion for days. And, you know, just about anything is worth losing here as long as we win the war. Winning the war means independence and a broken Scotland. So that we can eat Scotland later and hopefully maintain better... I should probably improve my relations with England. I do not want this war just to end with me being hammered by England. Also worth noting that England is hammered, right? Let's also consider the situation where after this war is over, I just curb stomp England into jelly. Can we consider that? We already need to start looking towards the future. And the moment England enter war with France is my best opportunity to go and hammer them some more. Maybe instead of improve relations with England, I should be spying on England to get a casus belli on them. Who the hell are Marsan? Oh, right, that's my new subject, of course. Also, the diplomatic capacity just went way back down. I'm open to this newfound idea. Right. Subject, Iberians, Bohemian. Let's do it. Let's poise ourselves and be ready for a war with England once we finish this war. Potentially immediately, depending on how quickly they enter war with France. Okay. The English is saving its levies for the next war. It knows. Why, in God's name, is it not raising its levies, though? I don't understand. Oh, wait, no. The game decides that I do indeed have too many levies. Bye, Elgin. I miss having money, by the way. I would sure love some money. But I guess I'd always also love having an army, and my army's on its way. And hopefully the addition of these reinforcements will make all the difference. You know, an extra 1,300 in all of this is a big deal. So I will tell them to attach to our new friends over here. I will tell you to attach. Well, I assume you attached. Well, gotta go on the rampage again. Is England's estates disloyal? Would explain the levies. Don't know if I can actually see their estates. But it tells us right now that they can recruit. They have no army, but they could recruit this. Oh, well, Jersey's dead. And so he's re-raising his levy of Jersey. Why won't he raise these? Why, England? Why? What a mystery. completely broken England. Alright, well, let's start our attack on Scotland. My war exhaustion will grow, but I don't think it'll grow too badly. I hope it doesn't grow too badly. Why do I have no money? Yeah, the food expenses. I don't care. I don't care about the lack of food, but it forces you to buy the food. That could make me bankrupt. I mean, why in the world do I need to spend so much food in Elgin? Do I just run up to Elgin to take it back? Because if I run out of money, this war's over. Yeah, maybe there's something to do with the exiled French army that's causing England to bug out. Ugh, it's anyone's guess, right? Yeah, if this ticks every month, then I only have a few months until I'm dead. Tariffs to keep my traders happy? Well, sure. Desperate situations and all that. Maybe I should take his capital while I'm around here. I don't want to starve en route. And it's also more war score for me. Yeah, nowhere near getting France out of this. Any of France's subjects look either sieged or... Ah, look at this. I don't want you wasting your time over in Valence. And Valence are happy to get out of the war. In fact, I have war score in Valence because of taking you. Because Valentois is... Oh, no, that's a different thing altogether. Why do we have war score in Valence? So hard to parse the information about this. Tell me more about Valence. No, Valence have no subjects of their own. We just have war score on them for some... Oh, this is Valence land. Right, right. It looked like there was a border and a new subject here. But it was a trick of the eye. Anyway, I don't want you wasting your time on that fort, so get these people out of here. Pay me money because I'm in desperate need of money. And get humiliated. There we go. Get out of the war. Keep my allies able to focus on the matters at hand. Here's another thing. Another fort I don't want my people wasting their time on. My people. Let my people grow. Yeah, get these guys humiliated and spending money, preferably on me. There's nothing else for it. I'm not going to take those provinces. And there's something else the Bohemians are working on, and that is a siege over here. That is sadly not enough to get you... Oh, that's Burgundy, isn't it? Damn. Burgundy is part of France. It's just not right, is it? Okay. I think the cabinet members can reduce war exhaustion. Could be useful. Probably more useful than assimilating Moray at this stage. I'm not even sure if that's working whilst everybody's occupied. Is there anything about war exhaustion? There is. Not irrelevant, probably. Get to it. The needs of the many. The needs of the me. Alright, I'm about to find out that we are going to run into each other. Because I don't actually know where this army is. We probably have some issue here. Well, in 2 days we're going to arrive in... where? Dunfermline. Alright, Dunfermline for you. And not Dunfermline for you. Okay, what the... Jesus. Game's broken. Please tell me the food costs don't go sky high still. Okay, good, good. God knows what happens with that. Well, I'm looking forward to the patch that lets you change your mind about how much food you want your provinces to buy up. Definitely some market improvements that could be around. That's a long pike, yeah, special Scottish units called the... I forget the name. Yeah, there we go. The Shiltrons. Does it actually give us an explanation about them? It's probably somewhere in advances, right? Probably. Conservation of Scottish salmon. Yes, that's clearly it. Well, I'm sure it's somewhere. Troops or levy? Well, I thought it would be somewhere, but I'm not going to search for it all day. All right. Problem is that they are all... Oh god, they still have their regulars. Yeah, those regulars could be a real problem for me, but let's see what we can make. We did bring numbers after all. We slightly outnumber them in my probably very not balanced out units. I wonder, can I actually consolidate my regiments? I can. Okay, full strength regiments are generally better. I mean, you're going to be pounding harder per square inch. I just hope this doesn't cause the Welsh to stop attaching to me, because that would be a disaster. I need those numbers to dissuade the Scots from attacking me. God, I hate Scots. They're everything wrong with Scotland. Okay, okay. Do I want my Heartland back, or will we take Perth? Maybe just work our way up the coastline, see what the Scottish army is up to. Because at least with these numbers, I'm not very afraid of running into the Scots, especially if it's in a preferential engagement. He loves taking care of his own land, and he hates invading England. Is there some kind of barrier between Scotland and England here that they don't want to fight? We got that one levy back in Jersey, who is for some reason just standing on the army of France. Is there like some 100-year war interaction that's breaking something? England's just dead. You just made an enemy for life. My fellow Scots will understand, and they will reciprocate. Okay, I really, really want these people out of the war, because we're wasting our time with them when we should be occupying France. Sadly, though, despite the occupation on Burgundy, they are not keen on peace. Maybe a few more occupations will change their mind. Anybody else? I just need these little bastards kicked out of the war, though. I mean, take you, for example. 14% means this is pretty close to falling, though. Is this all the same guy, though? No, but I could do you. Yeah, they're keen on peace, and I'm keen on peace, so give me war reps, give my allies money. Maybe dismantle that fort? Make it easier to deal with France in the future. And there will be a future of dealing with France, that's the annoying thing. And get the humiliation in while we can, and then the rest of the money to my allies. We could go 100% here, meaning I could annex you. But I think I have enough land to fund my everything for now. For now. Might be making a mistake here, but the situation is still too dangerous and on a knife's edge. I wonder if this also has a thing where you end up 100%ed after a certain number of years or whatever. Alright, take Elgin and work our way south. I need to deal with these Scots someday, somehow. Oh, the Black Death is around? Legitimacy is around. Probably should have taken the prestige, all things considered there, but prestige drains. So, tell me about the Black Death. Hey! I knew I could trust the Golden Horde. I need stability to isolate the country. I guess we're just going to let the Black Death come and do its thing. I mean, so what? People will die. That's the point. Yeah, exactly. I plan on selling French land back to France for a profit. If your exhaustion reaches max, the war score goes to 100. Okay, great. Let's make sure that doesn't happen. As best we can. What was my thought with Perigord? Not entirely sure I want to take it, but I don't think I'll be taking French land, period, in this fight. The war just doesn't seem to be advancing very well because of the vast number of accursed forts we have to deal with. Yeah, and the army is having an intensely hard time dealing with France right now. At least the French units in Dover are dying due to attrition. You'd think with enough time, actually, we would get all these forts dealt with and I could push a very advantageous peace with France. But I do think war reparations are the most important thing. Land is secondary. I can take land from their vassals. And that land is, yeah, really just going to be liquidated for money. And it's also hopefully a nice way to remain friendly with the Iberians, which is why I'd really like something around here for myself. How about Rochelle? Rochelle's even got a fort. Specs. We don't have bot commands around here, and why would you even care about the specs on my PC? There's nothing to write home about. There's a 3070 in there, and everything else I've forgotten. I only remember the 3070 because I got it at the height of the shortages. That was a pain in the bum. All right, Burgundy, how do you feel about peace these days? They feel much, much better about peace. To the point where I could tear apart their forts, but how about a bit of a humiliation, a bit of a money, especially money to me. Burgundy will actually have money to give me. And you know what? I took this land, didn't I? I could always take more. Wouldn't even be that difficult, especially if I took their fort. The land grab says yes, but the massive France staring me down says no. And I can imagine France just declaring war pretty swiftly to deal with me, which is why I need to get good friends and be able to deal with the situation. It's just France are so strong. They're so unbelievably strong. Look at how much we're struggling with them, with this massive coalition. And it's all because of these damn forts. I hate France, says Poggle. I know, just trying to figure out how to deal with them in the long term is proving exceedingly difficult. How's my antagonism? Doesn't really exist with people that aren't French, right? Yeah, maybe I should take some nice things off of you, but if I take forts, I have to pay for forts. I'm not sure I'm up for that. If I took that fort, I'd probably just destroy it. Yeah, how about we just do this, right? Who's going to know? And besides, all of this is just with their French vassals. Well, that is a lot of them, though, and I'm still have to remember I'm taking over Scotland here. I don't know, I don't have enough experience. If I was experienced, I'd know exactly what to do here. But I'm not, so I don't. How about we just get rid of one of these forts? I'll take this land and dismantle the fort myself. But I'd get more money off of him if he had some of the land for himself. Oh, right, we don't need this money, because, or rather, I don't need the money, because it would only go to my friends. And if there's one thing I don't give my friends, it's money for free. Alright, let's see what we can do with this. And see that fort that I just took, even though it's at risk in this war. Let's make sure it goes away, because otherwise I have to pay for it, and I'm not up for that at all. Alright, return Elgin unto me. Having forts would make this so much easier, because I wouldn't have to worry about poor lands for a fight. Tempted to just go and smash the Scots now, though. There's no advantage in holding Perth. Maybe I even managed to catch them in a trap somewhere. I should give it a go. But I need to keep an eye on the army. Oh, that's right. If I'm back home, then why don't I raise a few more levies here? There's a little bit more troop that I can squeeze out from my army up here in Elgin. And I need every last drop I can get. Now, hold your horses there. It's very likely that we will lose. Their army is higher morale, better quality, and they get the terrain. They get there on the 9th or the 10th. We don't. Okay, well at least we weren't stuck in that movement. The terrain isn't that great for me over in Bramar. We'll see what we can do from here, see what their movements are. Are they going to be coming for me? Now he's heading back up, potentially for Elgin. And Elgin's not a great place for a fight. Well, it's a very, very bad place for a fight. For me, at least. I can't change his mind about walking into here, though. Aberdeen's also not very good. I'm trying to find a good place to actually fight this bugger. Maybe hold Elgin, get my additional troops, and see what he makes of that. It'll be interesting to see if he thinks he can fight me. Fight me, Dillweed. Right, any other buggers to kick out of this blessed war? Look at these numbers. What's England bringing to the fight? Nothing. Why nothing? I don't understand. What happened to the English? Uh-oh. He is coming for a fight here. Yeah, we didn't get any terrain situation to our benefit here. This could actually be a very bad fight, especially since, yeah, he's there before all the rest of the units even arrive to join, and then they're going to come in piecemeal. Oh, we're going to get boned. I thought I'd be arriving a lot faster than I did. I think I need to not be in this fight. Maybe get out of there to Aberdeen. Don't let ourselves get killed. Although that was some losses I didn't want to take there. Whew, and goodbye my capital again. I wonder if that's going to cause money issues again. These costs are getting out of hand. I'm not sure I can sustain them. The diplomatic spending I more or less have to do. The navy, I don't think so. No point paying for that navy right now. But at least I'm getting war reps to cover a lot of the other expenses. Can I call Canny on this? I don't need the diplomats right now, but I do need the money to stay fiscally afloat. How's your Gaelic? I only know 2 people that know any Gaelic at all, and they only speak it on a special occasion. That's my mother and my aunt. It's a dead language. But, you know, we don't tell people that, because it's good for the advertising. Jesus freaking war. What a miserable situation. Hey, Brittany, do you want out? No, these guys that haven't been really engaging don't particularly care. How about Rethel? Alright, Rethel, get out of here. Give me money and accept your humiliation. And I could take your land, but I won't take your land. I think my bad boy is high enough as it is. Trying to think of anybody else that's dealt with enough to want out of this war. How about you, by the way? You're under siege. That's got to amount for something. Not enough, as it happens. Could I maybe convince you to... Wait, they would accept... They would not accept a white peace, but if I offered them white peace, they would accept, because they do not desire anything more from me. I think Artois is actually adding to the war effort down south, so sure, I'll get Artois out of this war. That's weird. Wait a second, that's interesting. Does that mean if I want subjects out... No, some of them want things. You want to humiliate me? How bad is humiliation for me? We lose 20 prestige and they gain 11? What? Why so different? When I demand humiliation, I get 5. Well, I'm not willing to give you that. Maybe I could convince you to enjoy something else. I could give you food access and military access. And they would also want money, but I don't want to give them money. Okay, not that Brittany contributes much to this war, but by having them out, everything proportionately looks a bit better for us. Anyway, I worry that this is actually broken and it's actually going to offer them something real, but let's see how this goes. White peace, okay. They accept our generous offer of white peace. And who are these losers? Yeah, they're nobody. Give me money, give me more money, and get out of this war. Okay, because I need every stack of cash I can get for my floundering economy right now. How I have so much expenses, yeah, it's all just bloody buying food. Buying food for provinces I don't want to buy food for. I wish I could just leave them to starve, but there is no setting that I'm aware of to stop purchasing this food. Oh, good lord, who's even fighting over here? Anjou is. How about that? Trying to think of anybody else that can be eradicated out of this war. Bourbon! I must have missed Bourbon's utter annihilation. I could take a lot of Bourbonese land out of all of this if I really didn't care about antagonism. Or I could let them hold more land and give me more money. And of course get my humiliation. I think that is fine. Do you have any subjects of your own, Bourbon? Yeah, you'll be able to starve provinces in the next update, which is what I want to do, but we don't have that update right now, do we? No subjects of its own. Getting Bourbon out of the war seems desirable, especially if I can have their money. And there's nothing else to really consider even doing with them. Alright, fair enough. Hey, I got almost a ducat out of that. I guess I am contributing to the war in my own little way. I worry that this lowers my war score with France proper, but it also weakens their side overall. Right, is anybody else occupied here? There are some little occupations here. I believe those are on France themselves. We do have Ventador. Again, just give me money. I'm in desperate need of it. The prestige won't do much for me. It'll just dribble away, but I'll take all I can. And again, we were like 14 or so with you. Still at 14 or so with you. Anybody else to kick out? Oh, there's a little guy here. You ever start feeling like they added too many subjects to France? And they're also fiercely loyal. Meanwhile, the English king's on holiday with Costa Brava. Yeah, the English are causing me such a heartache here. All they need to do is raise their levies and kill Scotland, and then bish bash bosh. As it stands, I'm walking on eggshells here just to survive. War reparation, money, humiliation, yep. Most prestigious I think I've ever been in the game, by the way. That's French land, that's French land. That is not French. No, it is French. Just looks a little odd because Aragon have occupied some of it. And then there are some places like here, like not Glen. Glen would be a fitting name. Again, humiliate, money. Wait, they're not up for that? Who the hell do you think you are? Oh, not someone to be humiliated lightly, it seems. Again, I really feel like probably the right play is just to keep annexing all this land. Weaken France, strengthen myself, but sell it back to France for all their money periodically. But I don't have a good understanding of how much the antagonism is going to work against me. Yeah, people want to humiliate me these days. Ah, look at that. Anjou is a subject and won't sign separate peace. Maybe not all of France's subjects have limited diplomacy because some of them are vassals and some of them are appanages. And if I had to guess, the appanage can sign a separate peace deal. Let's check. Represents efficiency, legitimacy. Not seeing anything about... Oh, here we go. The subject is diplomatically limited. But is Anjou an appanage? What's it? It is. Oh, but they are loyal. Why so loyal? You're like the biggest, strongest one there. This country is a circus. Just trying to see if any of them I can get out for, in quotes, free. Especially after being inspired by, who was it, like Artois wanting out for nothing. As long as I offered them nothing, they seemed happy about it. Disloyal vassals are willing to sign separate peace deals, if I recall correctly. Yeah, but we saw a situation earlier where that wasn't how it was working, so I don't know what to make of it all. Elgin has fallen yet again. Levies are dying to attrition. I have achieved as good relations with my friends in Castile as I can. I don't know why Scotland is not wanting to attack England, and England aren't even raising levies. Maybe this French army stuck in Dover is doing more than I thought. Right, if I take this, what if I walk over here? Annoyingly, we're not all moving together, are we? Yeah. The 2nd and the 1st army are moving different to the 6th and the 3rd. So let me try and fix that. Who is everybody attaching to? It doesn't want to say, does it? I don't know if it's 2nd or 1st army that has everybody attached to it. But I'm very, very scared of accidentally losing everybody's attachment to me. Because I know the AI will run off at the first opportunity and kill themselves. I think the reason they were willing to accept one white piece and not the other is because you need 10 war score to make demands. Even if the number of demands is 0. But it still showed a big minus there. It'll show a plus if they would take it, but you don't have the war score for it. And either way, it's white piece. How bizarre. I mean, you guys are meant to be attached. Oh, they aren't attached. So I need to take these new guys and specifically attach them. And now, hopefully when I move my army, they will move as one at the same speed. Yes, good. Let's get myself over to this potentially better province. Maybe the Scots will try to attack me, maybe not. I mean, even if they attack me, there's still a good chance that they destroy me. We only slightly outnumber them, and they have professionals. Speaking of professionals, that's not what the 4th Army is. The 4th Army is a 10-1. France is taking some of the lands that I occupied over here, so that's even more war exhaustion for me. We love it. We don't love it. But we do love 10-1s. I'll at least take this back. And yeah, if the Scots want to attack me, then all the better. Potentially. Because at least I can chip them down, and maybe the Welsh can start getting some numbers up. A gregarious 3-year-old. He's handing out sweeties like crazy. Unused levies. I could get another 1,000 or so from over here. Could make all the difference. And this is do or die, so I really think we should be raising them. I mean, to hell about the French people dying. That is not my concern. I still think if I want them, I have to mount them over here. But I'll get the fishing boats over once the army's in position. The boats are, strangely enough, the more risky biscuit in all of this. Inverness is hilly and forested, so it's another good place to defend. I'm unsure if there's a river running here. Wait. I thought there was a river map mode. Maybe it's a debug map mode, but I'm certain I've seen it. Maybe it's a modded map mode. Alright, they're off. Well, I can take Elgin back at the very least. What if they change their mind and they actually come for me in Elgin? Well, some days a Scot just has to deal with the hand that he's given. And sometimes it's just the backhand. But paralyzing Scotland isn't all that bad. Like I say, killing off France and being able to maybe focus English attention over here has got to be worth it. But my God, does France just not want out of this bleeding war? I could take over the market centre from France. That's a joke. And I'm not willing to offer France anything in this war. Getting French war reparations is almost everything. Maybe if I do this, the Scots will have nowhere to go but down to England. Oh. An English regular. That's not something you see every day. It's not something you seem to say any day. Alright. Unprofitable buildings, you don't say. Well, they really don't say. Alright, bring these units together. I have Scots to destroy. We have a problem. We might not have too much of a problem. As long as I can walk my way over here. Like, walk my way here. This could work. Get over to the Hoorn. It's a relatively safe place to walk as well. Bring my boats up north, down and around, pick them up, and then away we go. That will require me to actually pay for my boats so they are capable of doing stuff, but I'll take it. Wow, money. Everybody can have food access through the Scots. The Scots are friends of all. I bet the Scots are actually going to go and fight that English army, which is not a 10-to-1 I want to see. How's the English Dave guarding his shack in Jersey doing? Seems like he eventually did want to fight with the French. For reasons unknown. Oh god, Scotland's the one raising more. Ah, jeez. And yet England can't raise a single able-bodied man. There's no justice in this messed up world. I worry that I'm just attracting Scottish ire up north by doing this. Did he just delete that unit? Gotta imagine that Scotland is not doing too well financially after all of this. Don't know how I can check that, mind you. I mean, I can look at the ledger and I can look at Scotland, who's calling themselves Alba, right? Well, 20 income, they can't be that hard done by. Is England bankrupt? Oh, let's not mention that. But on the other hand, I disabled the bankrupt pop-up because Yuan was getting bankrupt every single month and it was getting annoying. How would I check if a nation is bankrupt, by the way? Doesn't it affect prosperity? Or development? No, I don't think they're bankrupt. I mean, how could they go bankrupt? I wonder if the Scots versus English wars are some kind of a block ensuring the 100 Years' War gets to occur. It's anyone's guess why England refuses to raise levies, but remember, the whole reason I brought England into this war was so that I could have English support here, and instead I've got one guy in Jersey. And he's not really supporting the war. Stop mentioning the war. Oh, hang on, we got some losers here that we might be able to kick out. Stop wasting your time in Namur, just kick them out. Here we go. Namur is a subject that won't peace out for some reason. How about these losers up here? They're also Flanders. Flanders aren't keen on it. Flanders have an actual army. So having them out of the war does sound appealing, but I'm not willing to take a 20 prestige hit for it. Maybe I am. And how important is prestige? You know what? If one of these fall, we'll be able to get Flanders out without that massive prestige hit. And prestige will... Well, it's giving me crown power. That's got to be worth something. Yeah, 12% crown power. Also, real cheap to bribe some of my estates, but let's not. I need every penny I can get. Funny how for once a game-breaking exploit's working against Jake. Usually it's the other way around. Listen, playing Paradox games on release is a hell of a trip. But it is a trip that I knew the price of admission for, so I can't complain. Well, I can, and I might, but I can't. Alright, the Scots are back. They once again want Elgin. Hold on, someone at the door. I better get that. Not to worry, that was not, as you might expect, the entire nation of Scotland at my front door, wanting to kick my teeth in. It was a food delivery for the neighbour. Doorbells, man. Maybe completely forget what was going on. Right, Elgin once again under threat. The Scots once again far too powerful for me to handle. I think I'll pin them in. If I'm in Inverness, I actually don't think the Scots would be able to defeat me. Because I'll have a good terrain advantage. Might not be enough though. Remember, the Scots have a good number of regulars, including cavalry regulars. Cavalry not something we're really able to bring much of. Actually, any of. That's probably a good reason why the Scots could crush me if they tried. Damn it, England. Why you gotta be like this? Which is to say, doing nothing. And with so many French lands and French forts, the occupation of France is going nowhere fast. I hope my allies don't peace out of this war either. War enthusiasm can't be amazing on our side. This is war enthusiasm. It's got the trumpet. Aquitaine doesn't want to be in this war, but wait, is that even sorted? It's got a strange way of sorting. It goes down and then back up. Maybe subjects on one side? England do not want to be in this war because their military strength is so low. Well, I've got a really, really easy way to sort that, England. Build your freaking army. Why won't they do it? My best bet is it's something to do with this French army. Like, they go, oh, enemy army in my land, I'd better not raise levies. That doesn't work, because I've invaded countries that have raised levies with my armies right there as well. Like, what the hell are they doing? Plantagenets. And the Scottish problem continues to be a real problem. Well, actually, oh, no, it looks like he's moving, but he's not. It's just the weird and wonderful animation of units in this game. And once again, it's going to starve here. He's moving out of here, meaning I can go and retake Elgin, and the back and forth can continue unabated. Notably not impressed. Alright. You guys can get out of here. Thought I was eyeing getting you guys out of here before, but whatever. Humiliation, war reps. Tempting to take the land. Really tempting to just take lots of land. We'll see if I'm making a big mistake later on with the not taking of land. I only just noticed Ireland is sitting on their arse too. But... well, yeah. How do Ireland get across, though? Well, they could levy some boats to help out. That would be nice of them. But it seems like nice is not something England is willing to do here. Hold on, I have even more that can be raised in Elgin. Right. Might have to do that. We'll get Elgin back, re-raise every levy that I can. What in the world would it take for England to understand? Like, this war is done if England just raised their bloody... maybe I need to offer them something. Maybe for some bizarre reason they need my military access to get around here. I can give it to them. I don't like spending a diplomat on it because I don't make many diplomats right now. But that doesn't stop it being something that I can do. Alright, there we go. Let's raise even more levies here, as many as I can, everything that I can, in order to deal with the perfidious Scot. I'm slightly worried that he's actually going to appear in Inverness and I'm going to end up with a battle here. Okay, now he's making his way up to the north. Who's the new army, by the way? Oh, it's not ready yet. It's not a province that I really want to go into. You still have an army waiting in the Netherlands. I do, and they're even in position. Maybe that extra 1,000 could make all the difference. Let's get them over and see if I can start kicking Scotland's little arse. Over to the Hoorn we go. Hey, it looks like the Hoorn is connected to here. Maybe my boats would be safer the further away from... Where did my boats go? Of course, they went over here. Maybe if you went all the way over to here, you'd be better off. I mean, what? Somebody suggested it's because I keep pausing, that armies and units just keep teleporting around. But how was that never caught? As a bug, I mean. You are actually over in Doric. It's a shame there's no single province I could pin you down in. Because if I held here, the vegetation's only sparse. It's not amazing for doing you in as. What I could do is actually start spreading out a little bit. I could take one of my smaller armies and actually start spreading around Scotland and protecting it with a larger army. Which is something I probably should have done a long time ago, but I really felt like I needed everybody. Oh wow, that was not the route I wanted you to take, but whatever. Over to the Hoorn you go. Let's get my army on there and back home in time for Christmas. Alright, might be able to make something happen here. There's some relatively okay occupations of France going on. And it's only minus 30 to get them out of the war. And some of these sieges are going okay. And they are sieges of French land, so the French will not be happy about it. Still can't get Flanders out of here. Stupid, sexy Flanders. I used to have a very high opinion of Dutch people till I started meeting them. You know, tall, attractive, hard-working, great work ethic. Serious, but they know how to have fun, so they're the right combination of French and German. But yeah, then I started meeting them. Almeria, right. I don't really think that's my concern. The game has a real problem with chain bankruptcies. Like, if you're in a bankruptcy spiral, it can be impossible to get out of it because your costs don't go away. Ooh. Wait. Okay, thank God, Alençon. I thought you'd excommunicated Castile there, but Castile is the controller. But, I mean, couldn't you have excommunicated France? I think it's been called to a vote, though, right? Or did they just straight up excommunicate them? I'm not familiar with all the Catholic interactions. I suppose I better get comfy with them. Right, you're undoubtedly... Oh, hello. Tell me that my fishing vessels can take care of your... What do you even have here? They've got a galley and... Wait, this is my side, isn't it? This is theirs. They've got the King's Own transport ship and the King's Own transport ship. And the King's Own transport ship. But my ships are notably not in position here. And I'm not even that interested in taking a fight with them. Especially since I'm running around with wee fishing vessels, so... Just get out, you're only here to bring my troops home. No do not engage commands for me. Alright, now I have something that actually looks like an army. Which ones did I just bring up, by the way? It'll be the highest number name. Nevers and Och? Yeah, probably those guys. No? Yeah, it'll be you guys. You guys get involved in all of this. And now, and now, and now... He'll go for Elgin, though. I mean, I could take Perth. What I should get right now is information on how he's moving. And the more of his country I can occupy, and the better I can see that, the happier I'll be. These are my Shiltrons. I should not have detached them. They're actually good units. But detach them I did. I am filled with surprise that he once again wants to take Elgin. Who would have thought he wants to take capital in this war? But I will not be so easily bamboozled. France is almost out. And you know what? If France is almost out, maybe we can do more to France. Wait, that isn't France. Crumbs. Yeah, still the same situation with France. Interestingly enough, Scotland almost want to give me regular peace. But remember, we're not interested in regular peace. We want to tear Scotland piece from piece. Maybe consolidate the French levies for better strength. I will consider that once the Scottish troops draw ever closer. But what I should do is take the assumedly god-awful levies from France and then have them spat out to do a better job. I mean, these guys... Consolidate them up. And yeah, take those feudal levies. I wonder if the feudal levies are better than the Schiltrons here. Ugh, I shouldn't get greedy, right? A bad fight with Scotland goes really bad really fast. Second Navy taking attrition. Yeah, Second Navy is not where it should be. Also, was it always only 3 boats? I thought I had a real boat at some time, but Scotland might have stolen it. It'll be much safer down in English lands. Yeah, much safer. Do I even believe that myself? I see where you're going. You're coming to attack me, aren't you? Let's not have you hanging around on your own, even if I have to sacrifice the siege. Oh, okay. Well, remember when I had a navy? Happy times, them were. Keep it rolling. I see those occupations of France going. Hard time, but I want that money out of France. Because if we consider the kind of dosh France makes... Yeah, me getting 10% of that is a significant bump. And that's, you know, the money he's making at war. What about the money he's going to make when he's not at war? He's probably going for Perth over there, isn't he? Perth is... flat land, so nobody gets a real advantage. But maybe I should stop being scared of him and just attack him. It's just, he has cavalry, and I don't. Which is not a very Scottish situation. The Scots owning all the cavalry. It's laughable in a way. But who knows, maybe he'll have a dumb moment and actually come and attack me. Sometimes the AI just wanders into you. And the issue is there's no defender bonus for holding this. At least I hold his capital now. He could go around here, dodge my view, but let's see what we can do if we detach over to this province. Yeah, see, this is why I turn off showing bankruptcy and pop-up. I was going for an hour. Are we winning yet? Winning is a loaded term. Much too loaded. Oh, his army's over there, actually working on Aberdeen. That does free me up to do some more occupation. And I would actually quite like these feudal levies kicked out. Nobody can attach to them. You guys detach and actually do some occupation in the south. The Northern Army will kind of keep these guys in check. That is a large army to detach, though, but I don't think I have any smaller, crappier units I'm willing to give up. Maybe the 200 Schiltrons here. Third Army, nobody attaches. Yeah, perhaps you should detach. And you should reattach. Scots versus Scots. What a sad situation that this has become. But yeah, you go and occupy some stuff in the south. And you guys try and keep the Scots in check up north. At least if he comes south, I'll be able to see what he's up to. Looks like he wants to come down here. There is some defender advantage to be had. But that's assuming I get here before he does, and that's not going to happen. That offers an advantage, but he's going to be coming from Perth. I'm pretty sure about that. I'll hold off in Perth for now. Yeah, he's probably going to go up to Dunwhatsits. Wait a second, there's a crossing here, isn't there? Yes, there is. Did I forget that? Yes, I did. Is he actually going to attack me there, I wonder? It'll be an interesting fight, if nothing else, but I'm not sure I want interesting. Another council meeting, another official document. It's clear that we're not able to handle ourselves. Scots upbringing, mastery of French, leaves much to be desired. Scot, oh, he is Scot. He's not Highlander. The nation is Highlander, though, right? Yeah, but I bet we have French language. Ugh. Scots dialect for court language? No, if I'm going to change my language, I want to change it over to the horrifying Highlander language. Do we actually have Gaelic as a language here? We do, and nobody speaks it, so everybody would hate that. Alright, well, we're going to keep it as French for now. Well, the game doesn't think I'm going to win this. It is very likely that we will lose. Do we at least get there in time? We're already there. Well, I'm as consolidated and balanced as I can be. But that's only me, not my carry-on luggage. Yeah, I think this is going to go very, very badly because of their regulars and their cavalry. Wait, where's their cavalry gone? Where have their cavalry gone? Scotland? I think they ran out of manpower for their cavalry. Manpower is rare enough as it is, and they must have been taking attrition wandering around in wintertime. Okay, am I sensing hope? I don't think so. The game still thinks I'm going to lose this massively. They have higher morale and higher quality, and our leadership isn't that much better. Send those 606 men below. They could be pivotal. I think they're too far away to make a difference. But sure enough, it is a number of units that could be added to this fight. We'll see how the fight goes. If it goes down to the wire, then they could indeed be pivotal. Why is this flank dead? I think we're just going to lose this flank and die. Yeah, the AI didn't balance their army for some reason. Or rather, they all balance themselves and they just care about the center. Meaning I should have put my units solely on the flank. Yeah, we are going to get flanked by these guys. Yeah, if I had proper flanks, I'd probably win. As it happens, our core is just going to get annihilated. I could try reinforcing it, but we'll see how the fight goes. If when our flank is exposed, we are getting brutalized, I will rethink the situation. It's tit for tat for now-ish. Dead Scots are good Scots. I mean, I can stand to lose a few more units than they can, but now our center is completely exposed. They're still losing more, though. Maybe the 600 will be pivotal. Yeah, they... Ooh! I mean, even Stevens on the losses, but we learned a lot from that encounter, and learning is fun. Not only that, I mean, I could consider detaching a smaller army to take Aberdeen whilst he's farting around over there. Same with taking over... Kincardine is a province. Amazing. And then the rest of us kind of keep the Scots pegged in the south, I reckon. It's really difficult to select the army you want. Alright, peg those Scots down south. They don't seem very happy with the situation. And then I'd have to change my formation, because our right flank just gets nobody on it. And I bet our left flank was struggling as well. Okay, there we go. See what we can do with this. Learning is fun. Flashbacks to kindergarten. Hey, I can remember kindergarten. Well, we called it nursery. I hope he's not coming over here. That'd be a 10-1 in his favor. Oh god, he actually just went there. Could I chase him down some more then? He is regaining morale at an alarming speed. The game thinks I won't win. But we did a pretty good job of murdering him earlier. Ah, but I detached 800 of my regiments, so maybe not. On the other hand, we have a reasonable place here. Get out of there, though. You guys are gonna die. English boats? Does that mean English men? Oh, who are we kidding? There are no men in England. Every of your small armies have 1 or 2 regiments, so they can't balance just combined like armies. They'd balance properly. That's probably true, but I don't want to risk anything that makes those Welsh think about detaching from me. Yeah, I can't risk the AI having any sense of awareness of the situation. Kind of a shame that whole 800 units are up there. Gower are asking us... Who the hell are Gower? Oh, the Welsh want my money. Yeah, not happening. That's not how we operate around here. Right, he's heading north, possibly to Aberdeen, possibly to Elgin. Lots of possibilities. In the meantime, let's get some occupations down south and see if we can apply some pressure to the lad. I'll take Aberdeen and retreat a bit. Depends where he's going. God, no, you can't have my money. Ask England for money. Maybe I could ask England for money. No, that requires favours, and that's certainly not something that we're drowning in. Your line of thinking isn't wrong, Jake. If you just blast the enemy army, you don't have to worry about the Welsh detaching. Yeah, but blasting that army doesn't seem promising. We're taking even losses. That is not where you're going, is it? You're heading to Perth from here-ish. So let's take Aberdeen and then run. Although, where's he going from here? He's going to Dundee. Okay, yeah, then potentially give them the run around. Something like this. As long as I can see his army, things are relatively okay, but I don't always see his army. Unprofitable building. Colour me surprised. I'm surprised the Welsh have actually held together as long and as well as they have. I never needed to rely on them since the English are completely unreliable. We are getting really close to getting France out of this war. But I must admit, the idea of having Lower Poitou for myself is... it's enough to drive a man to ridiculous lengths. Ridiculous. I mean, I need to deal with France eventually. Why not now? It's also worth considering, you know, where's this war going to go? Attack or taking can help, but the battles aren't going much of anywhere. I would love to have some kind of reinforcements up north, but that just is not happening currently. It's nice that the capital of a province doesn't magically change, like it did when we were raiding them. I gotta say that, as issues went, that was highly, highly annoying. He's not over in Aberdeen, but he could be going over to Aberdeen. Take Braemar, just want to keep him kind of cuffed in where he is, but that is proving difficult. And I need advantage when it comes to provinces. Oh lord! He is after me. That's almost an 10 to 1. Didn't expect him to catch me. You let it catch you? They could die pretty easily there, and that would be a significant blow to my army. Especially since I can't bring any more back. And they are from the French lands. The French have learned to... the Scots have learned to always get their tent... Where the hell is that army of mine? Can't seem to select them. He's probably going to go for Elgin then. Alright, I'll see if I can retreat you out of that fight. Wow. It's ridiculous how fast you can retreat. Actually ridiculous. Do we take this? Just try and grab as much of this as possible? Maybe get my army together? It's a thought. He wants to take Inverness. That's no huge deal for me. We've already grabbed a significant chunk of his lands. You better have one hell of an alliance in your back pocket if you take that peace deal. Yeah, I'm hoping that I can get Castile, Aragon, Portugal, Bohemia, you know, anybody that will take me. Bohemia and Castile being the preferable ones. Oh, I could get an alliance with Bohemia right now. There's a bug here where possible coalitions actually strengthen alliance reasons rather than go against it. But you know what? Considering the issue we have with England not helping me at all, I think at this point I should be taking the bugs. How much does it cost me? 2.8. You know what? I'll take them both. Thank you, Castile. And thank you, Bohemia. I will have you both. What about Aragon? Aragon are rivals with Castile, so it's a little dangerous to take them. Portugal is not being seen as a rival of Castile, but I have seen very often Castile fighting Portugal. So I'd rather not risk that. Maybe Bohemia and Castile together will be enough to get me out of a jam. Should I consider also going for something like Milano? Milan is a possibility. Also, if I don't pay for Diplo spending, I'm never going to get enough diplomats for all of this. But is Milan just going to pull me into annoying Italian wars? And will they actually help me when the need arises? I think I'll have to make do with Castile and Bohemia. And if France just kick me out and take my French lands, big whoop. Right, I can retreat to Britain, hopefully destroy England, and then build up the power to take on France later. Yeah, but I still need to win this war first. I'm getting ahead of myself, as I often do. I want that French money, and I need to defeat the armies of Scotland. Oh, well, at least the English Navy is there to do maybe something, but also maybe nothing. Is he going for Aberdeen? I think he is going for Aberdeen. I mean, I could go to Braemar, but that would not work out so well for me, and I don't have my extra 800 units here. I wanted to take this, but are instead running away to Perth. I hope that Perth running isn't a problem. Stay here and take Kincardine. The idea of Kincardine being a capital of anything is ridiculous to me, but stranger things in this world. Maybe we do just need to run into Scotland and destroy them. We seem to do pretty well in that previous engagement, despite our imbalance. Should I just go for it? The game thinks I won't make it, but I do think we did a surprisingly good number on them earlier. It's like 9,500 versus 9,000. 1,000 reinforcements coming in. I still don't think it's the right opportunity because his flanking on us hurts so much. Can you balance the flanks manually? Yes, but only with my armies. I'd have to trust that the Welsh are all taking the center again. So there I am on the flanks, but I reckon his flanks are going to be better and more balanced than mine. I certainly wish I had more levies to raise. Do I think I could take those blessed Scots? We're all arriving together at the same time, right? No, we're not. Some of you, for some reason, are not attached properly. But the question remains, who has all of the guys underneath them? So, here we go. That's how you see who's attached to you. Excellent. So everybody else that doesn't have that can merge. So let's check that. That is the second army. So if you're not second army, I can merge you. I'm going to double check that just in case. Yeah, okay. Not second army. Merge together. Not only that, I should probably consolidate you so you fight better. Then attach you here. And then I want you guys on the right flank. I want you guys on the left flank. And then hopefully we can just go and curb stomp Scotland. We all arrive at the same time. 17, 17, 15. And I have some reinforcements coming in if the need arises. But the reinforcements have no morale, so maybe they can hang out in Kincardine for a little bit. It's possible, and if it goes bad, we just run away, right? How bad could it really be? Bad enough for me to even consider mercenaries at this point, but no, let's just go for it. Alright. Would you look at that? We actually outdo them on a flank. Wait, which side is which? I often mix it up, right? Defender is Scotland. Our flank isn't even in position on this side. Alright, well, let's hope that we're able to do something here. Scots dying, always a good sign. Lots more Scots than ours dying, excellent sign. The ancient Welsh Highland Pact coming into effect. So regular units are size 200. Levies have a unit size 1000. Yeah, but there's a multiplier of damage done to levies by regulars. And also, when levies die, there's economic impact for your entire nation. That's not the case with regulars. Or at least not so much the case. What are you guys doing? I miss the old system of movement. Alright, I think that's reinforcements for if I need them. Oh, but we're about to crush one flank and close in on their center. Our center's about to die, though. Alright, good, good, good. Those Scots are dying like dogs. Maybe you should be center and aid us, but I fear that might make them retreat. Veneration of relics. The population in Dijonais are unhappy. Too bad, but I'm not buying Virgin Mary's milk. I mean, tempting though the prospect might be. It seems like Ross have given up on this fight, but the Scots are still eager to die. There we go. Right, actual dead Scots. What can we do with this information? I still want to continue occupations, especially up north, but maybe I can press my advantage. Maybe I should press my advantage, right? Just work our way down. We've already taken Kincardine. He's going south. See if we can't just destroy him. That was a good fight. Really good fight. The French are ever closer to giving me all of their money. There's definitely an impact with regulars too. Employed soldier pops die and they replenish. But it's not so bad. Yeah, because of the number, the sheer number of units involved isn't so high, then the impact's not so bad. Loyalty of subjects. Okay, well, that's not really a question anymore. Remember when that was the question? Okay, okay. I am not satisfied unless I'm getting absolutely everything I can out of this war, especially their forts. Scotland have to die even when this is all done. This is the peace deal I'm looking for, and they're surprisingly close to taking it. Would leave the recipient too fractured is actually a negative in a peace deal? Cool. I mean, I would take more if that's what it meant. Wait, the recipient? Do they mean me? No, surely they mean Scotland, right? If I do that, then you'd be connected and it's not a problem. Okay, so I think that's a penalty specifically there to stop you from doing peace deals like this. But this is important to me. I need these forts, and I need a pathway to them, and taking more is just more expensive. That said, I can't afford any more peace than this, so this is what we should be shooting for regardless. Alright. Let's hear a cheer from chat for dead Scots. They're running away to their forts, although I could probably go down and give them what's for. Dumfries, perhaps? I'm worried about these guys kind of being off on their own. A little bit. They're meant to be my reinforcements. I'll cheer for the dead French. How about this? The French have starved horribly here. And those are real French, so the Pops are dying as well. I don't think the game gives you notification when an ally leaves a war, so they better not be piecing out of this war, giving the French every reason to not give me all their money. Alright, I see where you are. Wait, you're running down to... No, you're still moving to Dumfries. What? Okay, they're moving back up here. That is hilly. Is that an English army? Oh my lord. English regulars, no less. Doth my eyes deceive me? And now the game thinks I can win. Alright, alright. Anything that removes Scots from my immediate vicinity. Stack wiping is hard, but we gotta throw ourselves onto these Scots, although we're taking losses in doing so. Where do you think he's going to run to? Dunbar? I doubt... Oh, he's running into... What the hell is this? Dunedin? I mean, I lived in Edinburgh for a year or two. Doesn't mean I know the vicinity all that well. Underage heir, not my problem. After the hard part is over, the English are here to claim victory. English scum. Is there anything worse? It was quite the sudden zip there. Ah, jeez. Yeah. Who taught the AI that they can retreat like that? There is a temptation to just start the sieges now. I may or may not need these sieges for the peace. They will take a while, though. The alternative is I press my advantage, but the damage isn't really being done to the Scots in battle here. On the other hand, if they're able to collect themselves, then they're going to cause me issues. I can feel it already. Yeah, let's just get the long, arduous siege progress underway then. Yeah, I mean, in EU4 it was simple enough. You cannot disengage from combat so quickly. Bish bash bosh. Seems like they want to go all the way over there, but if I take Inverora? I'm not aware of an Inverora. If I go over here, though, it's probably a river crossing into a battle. But if I go here, I might make them think that they can take on my sieging force. So what do? Yeah, because he has the ability to move around here a fair bit. And I don't want to be stuck in these mountains. Maybe just move on to Inverora. He might not move away for a wee while, and then I can capture the province. At least get my eyes on the situation. Oh, look who's back. It's Ross. You could have joined this, Ross. Instead, you sided with the devil. You're not allowed my bleeding money. Freaking Irish and Welsh. Do they know anything other than just to ask me for money? Alright, speaking of which, France is almost willing to give me their bloody money. You need to do the rebalance of the flanks and things pretty much every time. And I do want to shift consolidate so that my units are as strong as possible. But maybe I don't want to redo the flanks, because they already know their formation. Wait. What? Ooh, I don't recall telling them that they're allowed to do that. Alright, there we go. The Welsh take the core, so it's fine. Also, Inverora is indeed mine. That means I can go here and just oogle him for a bit. I hope he didn't walk in here, though. If he did, that's a problem. Ah, we can always disengage, right? Works for them, works for me. Tastes good, feels good. Alright, he's out there somewhere. Oh, hello, Ross. Ross want a piece of me, do they? No, they probably want to go over there. Well, let's just 10-1 our friends in Ross. At the same time, it was Second Army that has everybody attached to them, right? So I could take the First Army. Detach the First Army and have them wait here and continue the siege. Uh-oh. Whoa, Nelly. That's bad. Okay, fortunately, we were not committed to that movement. Very fortunately. Otherwise, that would have been a mountain attack for us that I was not willing to take. All right, let's... so he's moving over here. This is a nice flat land for us to engage in, so I'm not opposed to that. We'll take that fight. Yeah, the teleporting units are ridiculous, but I haven't really seen any reports about it. Maybe I should make a report. I mean, I feel like I see it all the time, but I suspect it's because I pause the game a lot, pause and move the map around. Who would have thought I like to be deliberate and thoughtful in playing this strategy game? Oh my gosh, is there a river crossing penalty or something? Because that would be beautiful. There is no such thing. All these rivers in Scotland, and the Scots couldn't find one to engage me with? Alright, even if the losses are relatively even, you know, I'm just losing Welshmen. They're losing actual people. And I have backup busy taking attrition over in Dunbar. But yeah, happy to see more dead Scots. For the love of God, France, get out of this war. Okay, good, good. They actually lost a fair number of units, and I believe they're heading south for all of that. And I still have Inverora, which will aid my peace deal one way or another. Now, where do I think they're going? I doubt they're going to be heading north. Considering my options here, I think I should take this. It is an area, right? Yeah, of which England hold Berwick. Let's see if I can take that while we're at it. 6 or 7 months until France is out. Well, it depends on sieges and occupations and such. For example... Yeah, wasting their time over there. Okay, I don't think I have any good for examples in all of this. Lyon. But that is still France, right? Yeah. Well, I've certainly thrown a spanner in the works for the 100 Years' War. I don't know how England and France are going to sort this out. But I need them to kill each other because they're both my targets in this campaign. And it's not a great situation for me, no matter how you cut it. Is he still broken retreating? Alright, gotta remember, he's not actually there. Excommunicate a lance of Raud. The Pope is involved in this war as well, and he actually wants all of them dead. Also, this province is fine for a fight. We catch them at low morale. They don't tend to want us. They do give my besieging force what's for in the fight, though, but then we arrive, and I really wish winning a fight would actually advance the bleeding siege. Right, aside from you... Let's keep giving them the what's for. Although, do I want to go and take this? If I get the French out, I'm going to want the Scots out pretty soon. And occupying more land than I can possibly do has got to be good for that. Or occupying as much land as possible, rather. Inverora doesn't seem to be spreading. Maybe it's just taking a while. Hey Jake, enjoying playing with a smaller nation? I'll get back to you if I win my war. And this is still just my war for independence. Scotland were crafty. They stopped me from being able to declare independence, started annexing me, putting me on a timer to do what I could, and I'm doing all I can. I have, however, secured some good alliances. Wait a second, could I possibly also secure guarantees? Absolutely not. Yeah, it's tempting to also ally with Aragon, but I should just peg my horse to the biggest Iberian. And yeah, getting Bohemia and Castile might be enough to stop France from coming knocking on my door. Don't know if it'll be enough to stop England, but as we can see, England don't have troops. And when I capture all this Scottish land, maybe I'll be able to press the Scottish into servitude. Oi! They didn't run very far, did they? What are they playing at? Come on, France. Oh my days, France is so close. That is flatland, good for fighting in. Could I beat you over here, by the way? 8 on 31st, 15 on 29th, so no, and that's advantage them. Game still thinks I'll win, and it's only a 1 dice roll advantage in their favor. Only 1, huh? Any advantage given to Scots is a bad advantage, but killing their armies has got to be good for me. We'll take the fight. Because I don't want him having any free reign. Oof. Come on, slaughter them. Okay, I was unpaused. Or rather, I was paused. A little exclamation point down there, probably meaning, yeah, fighting in difficult terrain. Who would have thought running up hills is exhausting? France is finally freaking out. Good. Much as I would love to take tons of French land, I really think I should just take what I have right now, which is money, and get going. I've already taken a fat lot of land over here. I really, really wanted something along here, though. I mean, could I maybe just squeeze out one little, tiny little province around here so that I could have good, close relations with Castile? I don't want them to start thinking that I'm so far away I'm not worth the alliance. I mean, there's so much land I'd love to take off of France, but I think I should just call it here so that I can destroy Scotland. And God knows what England is doing. I mean, does anyone want to hazard a guess what is going on with England? Giving land back to England and keeping them fighting? Is that even an option? That's all land that goes to me. No, nothing can go to my allies, it seems. Take over market center from France is hilarious. Destroying forts is too expensive. I think I just have to accept that France is going to be a nightmare for a long, long time. But yeah, pushing this war runs the risk of the Iberians just going, that's it, we're piecing out. And getting 10% of his money for 10 years is going to be huge. Revoke the cores on my land. Hey, that's interesting. And it's almost affordable. But the fact that he has cores means that he's going to want to pay even more top dollar to get the land, right? Alright, let's just deal with France. Also, take a little bit of money for my allies and all their effort. I'll make a little bit of that money at least. Almost 2 ducats went to me. Okay, I wonder if that will magically make England start fighting in this war. Well, I'm very happy to see the Scots dying there. Excellent work. But where are they going to be running to? I should probably just chase them down while the going is good. We seem to have the advantage in the fight. Dumfries. Well, there's a fort kind of blocking Dumfries doing its thing, so Dumfries will have to be a problem for later, Jake. Alright, go and chase that army down. Although I have constantly seen chase army to... Oh, Christ! Interesting retreat, Scotland. Very interesting retreat. If I let them do that too many more times, they're going to destroy my siege. Did that advance the siege? Also, what's an Englishman? Yeah, something got chased down, all right. Are we even going for these guys? Where are they going? Alright, well, you know, if you want to fight me here, then it doesn't make any odds, does it? We'll take you on, Scots. Make sure that my units are as tight as possible. It's so maddening that you have to do this. And yeah, they've changed their formation again. Get on the flanks. Wow, we did it! The Scots are dead! Oh, this is the happiest day of my... Okay, let's not get ourselves put on any lists here. Now, I do worry slightly that the Scots are just going to kind of re-rise up. You never trust the Scots to stay dead. I want to take First Army. Yep, I want to detach First Army. They were never attached to begin with. Interesting. Probably want to split you off a bit. Yeah, here's how I'm going to play it. You are going to keep your eye on that fort, and the others are going to take the land around it, just to make sure he doesn't get any silly ideas about, being able to take his land back. As for you guys, there's still some minor areas to take care of, and I still want you to go as a group in case he pops out some mercenaries or big, silly levies that I couldn't deal with. Oh man, look at that money. Look at that freaking money. Oh. I am the richest Scot there's ever been. Okay. You already have a 100% war score. The French got pieced out. Oh, so I didn't have to kill all the French. All the Scots, rather. Then there would have been more Scots for me to press, but whatever. 100% war score is 100% war score. Or is it? Could it be more 100%? There was the idea to take their money to further starve them, but the idea is that with this I should be able to just clean up Scotland. And if I full annex Scotland, I'll get their subject Ross as well. And yeah, they've got... oh, no, they've also got the Isles. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, this is the peace. There's nothing else they can really do about it. It's very, very tempting to break truce just to destroy Scotland as fast as possible, but I think I have another issue on my hand, known as the English. But all my boats died. I sure hope I can levy more boats to bring levies back from France. Why not dissolve their alliance with France? It's not an alliance, it's a guarantee, and I should have gotten rid of that on France's side, shouldn't I? Is that even something that can be dealt with? Hey, I can take over the market. Haven't I annexing their market anyway? Oh, annul all treaties with France. Remove the guarantee. That is a pretty big deal, isn't it? I'd have to not take all these provinces, but yeah, not having them guaranteed by France is a pretty big deal. Because, you know, France, bit of a problem. Yeah, I think it has to be done. If I don't get rid of that, then we still just have this French problem. That does mean a lot fewer provinces for me. But as long as I take the important provinces, surely that's okay. I mean, that seems alright. It's hideous, but it's alright. Makes the next war much more exciting. Oh, God, no. Right, there we go. No more France. Lots of provinces for me. Finally, peace in our time. Whew. Oh, yeah, let's celebrate with the Black Death. It has arrived in our country. What do you mean, our country? This is my country now. Whew, okay. We have some gifts, though. I have money. I have land. Wouldn't you always like more money, though? So you might be wondering, why did I take all this land in France? Isn't it useless? I mean, sure, I could raise levies and boat them over, but I'm never going to be able to meaningfully have any control over this French land. That is going to tick down. Well, I don't particularly want the land, but let me tell you about somebody who does want that land. Their name is France. When France ever have money, they will pay me top dollar for that land. And you know what? It doesn't even just have to be France. Aragon are adjacent to this little province here. So what if I said, hey, Aragon, wouldn't you be much happier if you owned Foix? And they'd say, yes, if only I had more money. So the moment they have more money, I'm selling them Foix for as much as they're willing to give. So hopefully the AI knows how to save up a bundle of dosh for that. Is there anything I could sell to Castile? No, there's no Castilian border stuff to sell here that I'm aware of. Yeah, so this land is actually a nest egg for me. Why are all these countries... I guess they're just coloured in because they like me. But I don't have any actual diplomatic relations with them, do I? Nope, we've got our 2 alliances and 2 subjects. And those subjects are surprisingly happy to be my subjects. So we actually want to make the French stronger, so we have more of a challenge later? Sure, let's phrase it like that. Nobody can doubt that. How many levies can I raise these days? 12,000! Oh, England, I think it's time for you to die. And by it's time for them to die, I mean next time. That was exhausting. I can't believe that took 4 hours to pass 10 years. That's even slower than the Golden Horde, but we got there. Our pretty hopeless situation at game start has turned into something that drives hope into my heart. Next time, we have the spy network at the ready. We plunge into England, whether or not they're doing 100 Years' War stuff. We profiteer off of France, and we try and do our best to consolidate the Isles under our staggeringly weak nation, largely weakened by the fact that we are Highlander. So all this Scots land is not really going to be that happy with us. But anyway,